And welcome back, my friends, to another Call of Cthulhu Friday. How the hell are you going? It's your friend, streamer, occasional lover, Sabaton Liam here. And my god, I hope you guys really enjoyed the new intro, courtesy of our DM Dale. My god, he has done an amazing job. I hope you guys like it too. Who have we in the chat? We have Smithy, Dirt Dursack, Blue Collar Gamer, Productions, and of course, Robert Morgan and Scaly Pete. A big fat ahoy to you all, my friends, over here on the Twitch and YouTube side. I hope you're going fantastic today. Now, of course, this is a brand new campaign of a 9-parter. Yes, you heard me, 9-parter. Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Episode 1, The Cracked and Crook'd Manse. I hope I pronounced it. And Ivy, ahoy. I hope you're doing good. And yes, I will send the love hearts over to Dale as well. Speaking of Dale and the rest, let's get into the chat and let's get started.
Oh, well. Got a golem at least. That's a plus.
Yeah, that is a plus.
Yes.
Yeah. Good lord.
Welcome in.
He
Welcome.
returns. That's right. I forgot I'm sorry. I thought this was like last week's intro that went for 6 minutes. I thought I had more time.
No, this one only goes for a minute.
Welcome, everyone.
Oh, and also, Ivy sends her love hearts to you, Dale, as always.
Hello, Evelina. Glad you could join us. Welcome to our new campaign, The Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. This is episode 1, The Cracked and Crook'd Manse.
I did pronounce it right. I wasn't sure if it was Manse or Manse.
I assume it's Manse.
Manse.
As this is a new campaign, we have a whole new cast of characters, and I will start by introducing them all to you. In no particular order, we have, played by Liam, the Salt of the Earth sailor, Captain Christopher Jones.
Hi, Christopher Jones here, at your service, the captain and the sole provider of the Mayflower Mark II.
Next up, played by Tom, we have the eccentric inventor, Wilbur Wallace.
Hello, I'm Wilbur Wallace. I do experiments with radiography and testing of the unknown and exotic sciences.
Lovely. Played by M1, who hasn't arrived yet, we have the up-and-coming filmmaker, fresh out of Budapest, Waldo Dinzo. And he's a walking copyright infringement waiting to happen.
Respect the mouse or he will clap.
He has a woman's purse. I'd wager that purse has never seen used as a rowing boat. I'd wager it's never seen 16 shipwrecked miners tossing into it.
Played by M2, we have the hard-boiled private eye from Chicago, Charlie Elwood.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Where's the bar? Where's my paycheck?
And finally, last but not least, played by Smithy, we have the heir to a vast family fortune and self-styled appreciator of the arts, Joey Widener.
You need finances for an expedition for ancient artifacts and artwork? I'm your man.
And with our characters introduced, let us begin. It is late January of the year 1930. For Charlie Elwood in his Chicago branch office, the night is young, and it already appears as if it's going to be yet another boring night. The most exciting case you have to look forward to being yet another husband who's run out on his dame. That is, however, until there is a knock on your office door. And before you have a chance to answer, the little flap on your office door opens and a white envelope sails onto the floor.
Well, best I go and see what this is all about.
Get up from your chair, take a stretch and a sip of whiskey, and then you light up a cigarette and walk over, pick up the envelope, and there's no indication of where it came from. However, your name is written on the front, so it has definitely been sent to you by someone who knows who they're looking for. Take a puff of your cigarette, carry the envelope back to your desk, grab the letter opener, and cut the envelope open. And inside, you find, folded up, a carefully written letter, which I'll post in the chat so everyone may see it.
Ooh, this looks very interesting.
Yes, Waldo Dinzo, welcome. You've been introduced.
Thank you.
Disregard the date on the letter. The one in the book says 1925. We're playing in 1930. It is addressed to you from the... Yes. It is addressed to you from the Dodge brothers, attorneys at law in Gamwell, Connecticut. It reads, "Dear Sir, I've been referred to you by a mutual friend. As his attorney, I'm very interested in locating the missing Mr. Arthur Cornthwaite, and our associate mentioned your name as being one skilled in locating missing people, particularly those of Mr. Cornthwaite's persuasion. Thus, I have taken the liberty of contacting you. I'm a partner of an established legal firm in Gamwell. Mr. Arthur Cornthwaite is one of our clients, and as his attorneys, we hold certain documents in trust for him. It would appear that Mr. Cornthwaite has departed without notifying us of his movements. This leaves us in a quandary as to how to manage his estate in his absence, without his authority in such matters. We'd like you to locate Mr. Cornthwaite and obtain from him his wishes in respect of this matter, or better still request that he contact us. If it should, heaven forbid, transpire that Mr. Cornthwaite is no longer with us, then we will need some evidence of same to proceed with his wishes as outlined in his last will and testament. Hopefully, this is unnecessary contingency, but one which we must nevertheless consider in light of his mysterious departure. I hope that you are free to give this matter your immediate attention and would like to extend an invitation to you to attend an interview at our office as soon as it is convenient to discuss details of the situation and your professional fees. Anticipating a prompt reply. Yours faithfully, Walter Dodge."
I'm glad you read that to me. I use my debauchery as a way of getting by. It looks like some kind of treasure map.
Just when I thought I was going to have a quiet night. Looks like it's time for me to get out of Dodge.
That's right, to see the Dodge brothers.
Bullets.
The rest of you, around the same time, also receive similar letters, although these, rather than being addressed to you as the attorneys looking to hire a detective, these letters address you as friends and acquaintances of Mr. Cornthwaite, and you are invited to come to the town of Gamwell to assist in the ongoing investigation. As close friends and acquaintances of the man, you may be able to provide more insights than the Dodge brothers or the detective they have hired. In addition, the envelope contains a cutting out of a newspaper summarizing the situation. Headline reads, "Gamwell millionaire absent. Gamwell's most prosperous son, Arthur Cornthwaite, will not be seen at church over the next few weeks. Mr. Cornthwaite has apparently left the area for a time, possibly for a vacation, or in relation to his studies. Some mystery surrounds Mr. as it came without notice. However, an inspection of his mansion and grounds by Sheriff Whitford has revealed no cause for alarm. The last person to speak to Mr. Cornthwaite was his attorney, Mr. Walter Dodge, on the 7th of this month. At that time, he gave no indication of his imminent departure, but according to Mr. Dodge, he did seem quite preoccupied, no doubt, with travel plans. We all know well that besides being a Gamwell landowner, Mr. Cornthwaite is also a millionaire, a scholar, a philanthropist, and an explorer. He may well be off laying the groundwork for some future exciting expedition, or perhaps just relaxing for a time in New York. Gamwell citizens will no doubt remember fondly Mr. Cornthwaite's numerous generous donations to local charities and to the town library, and join us in wishing him a safe and happy journey. Yes, Walter Dinzo, he is indeed loaded. This is perhaps why you were friends with him as an up-and-coming filmmaker, looking for someone to provide interesting subject matter and bankroll your upcoming projects. Maybe enough to finance a theme park. Yes, if you can find him. And now that you have all been summoned and you must head to Gamwell, is there anything that anyone would like to do before heading out and beginning the investigation into Arthur Cornthwaite?
I would like to bring with me my two newest inventions. The spectral radiographer, used to detect spectral and ghoulish apparitions, and the
Anomaly is the word you're
captured
looking
field.
for.
Yes.
Which is basically a ring.
Based on the mysterious based on the mysterious circumstances, they may well be worthy things to bring along. Would our art collector or our private detective like to do any preliminary research before setting off for Gamwell?
I'd like to look more into this, the Dodge brothers, if that's okay. There's not a whole lot more I can really do before I get there.
I would like you to do a law check, please.
Let's have a look. See, what is my law at? Oh wow, not bad. Off to a good start. That's a 21, so that's a hard pass.
So later, that night before you retire, planning to leave first thing in the morning, you tap a couple of your old contacts and pull some strings and some favors and ask, what do they know about these Dodge brothers? And your contacts get back relatively quickly, and they tell you that street is that these Dodge brothers, well, while they are legitimate, their reputation is that they are not particularly competent at their jobs. There's three brothers. They all own the firm together, and well, they're the type of lawyers who would rather delegate than actually do it. All three of them known for being really sort of pitiful, tiny men.
Just casually writing down ambulance chases in my notebook.
Exactly. Would anyone else like to conduct any preliminary research?
Yeah,
Let's move on to the investigation.
I want to see if anyone would know if he had been looking into any sort of expedition type stuff in like artwork or antiques or anything recently.
Yes, I would like you to please make a charm check.
Yeah, no.
You try to, you aren't really in the same circles as Mr. Cornthwaite, even though he's a millionaire and known for sponsoring many things. He's more a sourcer of goods rather than a collector. And all you're able to ascertain is that very recently he returned from an expedition to South America.
Fair enough.
Man, I should have looked into that.
You all decide. Yep. Yes. I would like you to roll cinema, please. Would you like to spend 14 luck, or would you like to push that? Go ahead, push it, roll again. Yes, good roll. You ask around a couple contacts in Hollywood, and you learn that even though you had approached Mr. Cornflake to back your projects at a number of points in the past, you never really could find any common interests that you could work on together. Despite this, you find that he was apparently brought on as a consultant for a documentary about ancient Mayan religious practices up until sometime last year, when he mysteriously pulled out of the project without any explanation.
Oh, man, I should have looked into him before I started this. Oh well.
And so, with your preliminary research out of the way, you all decide to pack up your things, arrange transport, and travel to the town of Gamwell. And so, several days later, you are all arriving separately in Gamwell at the offices of Dodge Brothers, attorneys at law. Gamwell is an out-of-the-way town, a place that you might stop to buy an ice cream on your way to somewhere bigger like Boston or Albany. But that's about it. Large properties sprawl across the landscape in a pleasing rustic vista, but the town itself is smallish, and you get the feeling that it primarily exists to serve the needs of the gentlemen farmers who own most of the land for miles around these parts. According to your map of the town, the services in the town are quite limited. There's only a boarding house, a town hall, a small sheriff's station, the attorney's office, a newspaper office, a town library, and a general store. The first order of business is, of course, at the Dodge Brothers office. Despite being a fairly well-known and legitimate business, the Dodge Brothers law firm isn't anything too special, and you can't help but wonder why your friend and acquaintance, Mr. Cornthwaite, would do business with the type of law firm that operates out of the back room of a barbershop. The office itself is not accessed through the barbershop. However, there is a small alley leading past the barbershop where a wooden sign simply reads, "Lawyers enter through side door."
Off to a fine start then.
You've all met each other and introduced yourselves. And would anyone like to remark on the present situation?
I've seen more shadier back alleys on my ship.
I'm not saying anything out loud. In my head, though, I'm going, this is just a who's who of who the hell are these guys?
Seems to be a rather
Do I go out there
you-
with my hand out
tidy
to them?
little.
Yeah, you've all turned up there. Some of you have driven, some of you have caught rides through, some of you have caught trains. You're all gathered up here, and Charlie Elwood, the private detective, is finding himself face to face with a guy with a film camera, a flea-bitten sailor, a respectable, well-to-do, bespectacled man, and some sort of doctor-looking fellow who's currently busy unpacking a strange array of instruments in the boot of a taxi.
Can I use my charm?
On what?
On what?
Are we inside the Dodge?
Not yet.
No,
What are
we're
you trying to use
outside.
it?
We're still in the alley.
Not
Oh,
yet.
I
just
ta-
don't
Not
want
yet.
to try and
Just-
charm a brick
yeah.
wall.
I take one look at
Yeah.
Mr. Waldo. Ah, you have a woman's hand, my lord. Oh, wait till these dainty piggies never weighed anchor in a storm.
I do not like
Mr.
Mr. Wiggy, really?
Waldo just sort of takes a step back and uncomfortably begins to fiddle with his film camera. Then he leads the way down the alleyway as if eager to put some distance between himself and you.
Fucking
see-
pirates.
Enter the... You all... Yep.
I was gonna say, you see me pull out a cigarette, and then pull out like this thing that's connected to about like 8 sets of what like look like primitive batteries. And I hold like 2 things together, and it makes like an arc between it, and I use the arc to light the cigarette. It's like a live arc of electricity.
Ah, my dear inventor friend, you wouldn't have to have a spare cigarette on you. I can give you a hit from my whiskey flask.
Thank you. I pull out like a it looks like a cigarette case, but about like 5 times too complicated to be really functional, and I wind this thing, and it like slowly ejects a single cigarette out the side of the cigarette case. I hand it to him.
Ah,
So
could have just
I
opened it.
casually just fumble one out of my like back pocket and hold that to him, going,
ah.
"I'll have
I
to
see
break
you're one of those new-fangled scientists that I've been hearing about on my voyages across the ocean."
Well, someone's a little bit fancy.
Yes.
I just
You
turn
all
around in
proceed
disgust.
into. Yep. Yep. Waldo's
Rolls
already
his eyes
down
in the
there.
back of his head.
Just look at Waldo again after he talks.
After-
Oh, Waldo! I'd wait. Look at the mouth on you. I'd wager that mouth have never chewed through the side of a ship to escape the deadly splinter killerfish.
I don't know them. I don't know them. And I make my way for the door. Well, not way for the door.
I
Way
actually follow, I
yes.
follow very quickly behind
Yes.
him, just going, "This is,
Yep.
I'm glad I might better be getting paid extra for this."
Yep. And so after you've all gathered bearings, you head down the alleyway, leading the way, of course, and you eventually come to a wooden door set into a brick wall at the side of the barber's shop. There's a metal plate nailed to the door that simply reads Dodge Brothers, Attorneys at Law. You grab the doorknob, Waldo, and you push the door open with a creak, holding it open just long enough for everyone except the sea captain to enter.
Shut the door in his face.
Oh.
Slam.
I just take a look at his bottom, going, "Oh, my lord, you have a woman's bottom."
Christopher,
I roll my
you
eyes.
hold out your hand to stop the door, and then upon making that remark, you step into the office with everyone else. The
Crazy look
office
in my eye.
The office is threadbare and almost completely unremarkable. It's a small, tiny room with a door leading into some other room in the back, but the main portion that you've just walked into is dominated by 2 large desks, each one heaped with piles upon piles of papers and booklets and an old typewriter, and the back wall behind them is lined with a seemingly endless parade of filing cabinets. Standing behind the desk are 3 washed-out-looking little men in washed-out-looking little grey suits, and based on the twitchiness in their eyes and faces, you can tell that they are fundamentally timid men. One of them, the man in the middle, sort of jumps at nothing, and then he steps forward and he says, you'd be here about the letter about Arthur Cornflake.
Ah, yes,
Yes, exactly.
Cornflake.
We're all yelling, I in the room.
Yeah.
What's happened to my good old pal Cornflake?
He jumps again and holds out a hand, and as if waiting for you to shake it, but then quickly retracts it before you could do anything, and brushes the front of his suit while he exchanges strange looks with his 2 brothers. And then he pulls a chair out from behind the desk and takes a seat, while his 2 brothers flank him from either side, both of them folding their arms together. He says, "Well, first of all, thank you for coming very much. I am Walter Dodge, and these are my older brothers, Reginald and Herbert," he says, pointing to his 2 brothers. They each nod and mutter, greetings at you.
I'll look at the
He says, well,
I'll look at the art collector. Looks like there's something dodgy going on here, eh?
Yeah.
Well,
What was the
just
other one's
nudging
name?
him.
Reginald, and what was the third one's name?
Herbert.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it would appear so.
One he introduces as Herbert steps forward and he clears his throat and he says, well, you've been called here because our client, Mr. Arthur Cornthwaite, has, disappeared. He says, we have called you in because we wish to ascertain either his present location or if he has run afoul of something, proof of his fate so that we can administer to his private affairs as dictated by legal policy. All three men seem to jump in unison, and then Walter says, well, no, we don't have any of his personal effects here, but hold on, I'll get to that. He says, so we would like you to first establish Cornthwaite's current location or satisfactory evidence of his death. Second of all, we would like you to, we want to send you to Cornthwaite's home, you see. That might be a good place to start the investigation. However, our one stipulation is that you are to keep damage to Cornthwaite's valuable property at a minimum. Pulling apart his mansion or digging up the grounds extensively in order to find a body should be a last resort. I would like you all to make psychology rolls, please.
Do I have psychology? I should probably check.
That's half intelligence, isn't it?
Psychology, no.
No, it's not. I've changed it. It's just the base.
I'll just the base. So
Oh, that's an 8.
Yep.
That's a hard pass
Oh,
for me. 'Cause I only have 30
that's a
psychology,
20. That's a
but-
20.
Oh,
So
it's a failure
that's
for me.
that's a pass. Oh, that's a fail for me.
All right, so, Charles, you notice that, these men keep tripping over themselves and their words, and they cut off the kind inventor when he asked about personal effects, and now they've suddenly changed topic and want to send you to investigate Cornthwaite's home for some reason, even though this would likely be the first place they would have looked when trying to make contact with him.
Just again making just quick notes.
Walter looks over at you, and then he says, "Yes, Mr. Doctor Inventor, sir. What was your name again? Sorry."
My name is Wilbur Wallace.
He says, yes, Mr. Wallace, you mentioned personal effects. We don't have any here, but that is to say, my brothers and I have been managing Cornthwaite's books and accounts and will for him. Now, ethics would prevent us from disclosing the contents of the will, but he gestures towards one of the filing. If you would like to begin your investigation by taking a look at Mr. Cornthwaite's financial accounts, we won't object to that.
Wonderful. I'll go over the filing cabinet and I'll open it and start looking for the name.
Very well. I would like you to make an accounting check, please. And while you're doing that, the other brother, Herbert...
That's a pass.
Pass, very well. I'll get to you in a moment. While you're doing that and filtering through the filing cabinet, the other brother, Herbert, leans over on the desk, and he says, my dear brothers have once again gotten ahead of themselves. Yes, they've explained it perfectly well. We want evidence of... Mr. Cornthwaite's fate or his present location, yada, yada, yada. But I believe we didn't discuss rewards. my brothers forgot to mention that we're willing to pay $50 to each of you if you can resolve this matter, as we'd really like to get back to business as usual.
Ah, I see you have a woman's purse, my lord. I'd wager that purse has never been in 16 years in his shipwreck. Maine is tossing it inside.
I was gonna say, as before he gets a chance to answer, I sit there and sort of lean over and look and go, you know, it's strange for a man as wealthy as he is to hire someone such as yourselves in such a back location to be his representative.
I agree.
For someone representing someone so wealthy, you'd be able to pay a little bit more than just $50 for finding him.
I would like you to please make a persuade check.
Well, there's more of a question than anything else, but hey, if I get money out of this. And that's a 19, so that's another hard
Oh,
pass.
damn.
It's a solid start. This is probably going to end badly.
Herbert fidgets for a moment and he scratches his head and he says, yes, well, to answer the first question, my brothers and I, fortunately for us, we're the only law firm in town, so I believe your friend, as discerning his tastes might have been, perhaps unfortunately only had the one choice. To answer your second question, we're paying you out of our own pockets, you see. It would be remiss for us to take money out of Mr. Cornthwaite's accounts, but, let's say we should push it up to $75, if you bring us answers within the week.
That's not even enough to fill up my ship.
I was going to say, I do have some questions before we go, but we'll finish that once we've gotten the initial stuff out of the way. However, given the nature of this case and the time frame, I'm going to have to ask for that one.
Up front, eh? Okay. I would like you to make a hard persuade check, please.
Can I push that? It's just the
yes,
one
you
thing.
can. Yes, you
Alright.
can.
Yeah, no dice.
Waldo Dinzo said he'd like to charm them. So Waldo Dinzo, please make a charm check.
Came in up front.
Yep. Waldo Dinzo, you step forward and clear your throat, and you'll be using your camera to assist in the investigation. Footage for a potential documentary about Mr. Cornthwaite down the line, and that any expenses they could cover right now would be muchly appreciated. Herbert clears his throat and he thinks for a moment. He exchanges looks with his two brothers, and then into his pocket, and he pulls out five $50 bills, and he hands one to each of you, and he says, "We'll give you 50 now, and an additional 25 once the case is resolved."
Seems like the best deal I'm going to get in this situation.
In the meantime, the inventor in the background, Wilbur Wallace, has been going through the filing cabinets, and he's just taken a seat at one of the brothers' desks, and he's just thumbing through a couple folders full of paper and other accounts. And this is what you find, Mr. Wallace. First of all, you confirm that Cornthwaite is indeed a wealthy man, and likely to remain so. He has many sound investments to bolster his already healthy financial reserves. Under his outgoing expenses, you find that his last major expedition was to South America 2 years ago. Entries record the hiring of men and the transport of equipment, but you note strangely that passage for only one person was booked returning from South America. The ledger for domestic expenses does not include any staff. An odd thing for someone who apparently owns such a large mansion. Additionally, on the very last entry, on January 7th, Cornthwaite apparently requested that a dump truck full of salt be delivered to his property. According to the records, the order was not filled, as the Dodgers were still lining it up when Cornthwaite disappeared.
Wonderful.
Does he? I was gonna say, does he pass that on to the rest of the group?
Yes. Do you make note of any of this information?
Oh yeah, no. I basically read it out loud as I do it. I'm like, interesting. I'll then pull out of my backpack full of things, basically a black light bulb, and I sort of plug it into a makeshift lamp, and it produces a black light.
And then you begin to.
I'll squirt it with lemon juice and silver nitrate and see what happens.
Make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a hard pass.
You notice amongst one of the pages, a portion that originally appeared blank appears to have a list of names, presumably household servants, as they are all listed under titles such as cook, assistant, butler, gardener, and rates that they were paid per hour. But apparently someone has gone to an effort to erase this information from the records.
Wonderful. I will jot this down in my notebook, and I put it in my pocket, and I hand it to the lawyers and go, so, do you have any information on the purpose of the great deal of salt that our dearly, how can I say it, vacant friend is, what purpose he had for such a large amount of salt?
Walter Dodge, he looks at you and he frowns and he says, we didn't ask. He ordered it, and we were in the process of putting the order through, and, then he basically broke off contact, and, we were hesitant. We were in two minds on whether to put the order through or not. You see, a dump truck...
a favor to the investigation, if you could do so, please. It may have some grave importance.
He narrows his eyes and he says, you wish for us to put this, rather... His brother steps forward and says, insane? He turns, looks at his brother, says, yes, insane request through.
Yes. In the depths of insanity, genius is often found.
What
can appear as sanity is sometimes just a lack of information.
Yes. I know all about the insanity.
That's a failure.
Oh, damn.
On persuade or fast talk?
Oh, persuade. Wait a second.
You can do either, whichever's higher for you.
I think I took one of them. That'll be a pass on persuade.
Walter sighs and he says, very well, all right, we'll put the order through. Such a large quantity of salt, it won't arrive today, but we'll have it sent up to Mr. Cornthwaite's manor sometime tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
He clears his throat and he looks at the rest of you. He says, are there any other questions?
I do have another question for Walter.
Yes?
According to my initial investigation, it says that you were the last person to see Mr. Cornthwaite. Whenabouts was that, and what did it involve?
He says, he looks around nervously. He says, yes, we last saw him on the 7th, about a week ago. Now, he was very, how to put it without sounding impolite. Herbert steps forward and says,
I'm only talking to Walter. I don't want the other two involved on this, just him.
He says, he holds out a hand to stop his brothers from approaching. He says, if I had to put it as accurately as possible, I'd say he was, he seemed to be under quite a great deal of pressure. He said he was dealing with, an illness, a sickness, he said, and it was eating away at him. So he did seem to be rather distressed, but he left no indication that he was planning to abscond or go on vacation or leave town.
Mm-hmm.
Herbert waits for his brother to finish, and then he reaches into his coat. He pulls out a key ring with 2 keys on it. He places it on the desk, and then he says, keys to a Fitzgerald mansion, Walter's home, Cornthwaite's home, as it were. Look, he's not there. We went and checked. We went and we stood outside the front and we called out anybody home for a good 2 hours and didn't get any response. So we figured he'd gone AWOL. Well, anyway, those keys will let you in. This one's for the front door. This one's for the back door. You're welcome to sleep out there. If you don't want to do that, you can check out the local boarding house. They might be willing to put you up. And before you head over there, maybe you might want to talk to the sheriff for the local newspaper.
Sheriff would be my next visit.
Walter nervously laughs. He says, we would have spoken to them ourselves, but, we're just so busy here.
I go up to Walter, give him, not a hard slap on the shoulder, so like, one to push him a little bit hard, but not like a really hard slap. Going, laddie, what are you so nervous about? And I just force my flask in front of him. Take a sip of this whiskey and put some hair on your chest.
Make an intimidate check, please.
That's a 4.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, I suppose given he's Boston.
As you strike Walter, all 3 brothers jump, and then Walter looks at you, and his lip wavers, and he says, "Well, we didn't. That is to say, we. Well, look, the house that the house that Mr. Cornthwaite lives in, Fitzgerald Manse. Well, let's just say it has a bit of a history, and any locals around here might be a bit superstitious, and we just don't want to have anything to do with it."
Interesting.
I'm just looking at Walter and notice last guy off it.
He nervously takes the flask and takes a sip, just a little sip, and then he chuckles and puts it back on the desk, and then he says, that said, it's still a wonderful piece of architecture, so while you're in residence, please do take care not to make any lasting damage to the property.
I've been in good old Corny's house before. I know what to do.
All 3 brothers look at you, and then Walter nervously chuckles, and he says, "Well, we'll leave it in your capable hands then. If there's nothing else, good day, fellows," he says to you, and then he tips his hat and then immediately buries himself in a mountain of paperwork.
So long, Walter. You've been something. I bid you adieu.
You bid farewell to them, taking one last look at them as they nervously fidget and stare back at you, and then you exit the law office and close the door behind you.
What a strange bunch of people.
I've seen the Aborigines of Australia.
They're not half as strange as these fellows.
A lot of things don't add up yet.
Oh, you have the option of heading straight to Cornthwaite's house if you like.
Oh, that's what I plan on doing.
I'm keen to go straight there as well.
Sheriff's office.
It's currently about 12:30 in the afternoon, so there's plenty of time in the day. You can head up there right now, or perhaps you can ask around in town. I will ask you each what you would like to do.
I would like to go to Corny's house.
Yep. So we got Captain wishes to go to Cornthwaite's house.
Alright, Dale, you might want to move the microphone.
Yep.
Your house to your mouth.
Yep. So So Christopher wishes to head up to Cornthwaite's house. Who would like to go with him?
Joey would.
Joey would like to head up. Okay, I believe everyone else would like to conduct other lines of inquiry. So Charlie, you said you wanted to go to the sheriff.
That is true.
Wilbur, where would you like to go?
I would like to go to the grounds of the place and start scanning the area with my
Very well.
radio spectrometer.
Yep, so you're going with Christopher and Joey. Walter Dinzo, where would you like to go? Keep in mind that in addition to the sheriff's office, there is also a newspaper and the town hall and a library. Any one of them could be brimming with information. Yes, the town hall. Right. Well, first we will go with Charlie to the sheriff's office. After you exit the lawyer's office and you bid farewell, and Joey, Wilbur, and Christopher all climb into Joey's car and begin to drive to Fitzgerald Manse. Walter Dinzo heads in the direction of the town hall, which is visible at the end of the street, while you, Charlie, take a walk down the block, and literally at the end of the block there, a very short distance away from the barber shop and the law office, is what is optimistically described by the sign blowing in the wind as a police station, is a small sort of one-room rented shop front that apparently serves as the sheriff's office. Adjust your coat, take one last look at the street, then you grab the doorknob and enter. A small bell tinkles as you step inside, and you see what used to be some sort of shop, most likely a butcher shop or a bakery, based on the long counter, which has been converted into a desk for the sheriff, and a couple of shelves along the walls, which have since been used as a place to hold files and investigation notes in cardboard boxes. On the wall above one of them is a very faded poster depicting a loaf of bread. There appears to be only one person in attendance, the sheriff. A lean, old, conservative-looking man whose face gives you the impression that he is one mean son of a bitch. He's currently sitting at the long counter/desk, typing something on his typewriter as you enter. When the bell rings, he...
Hello?
Yep, he does not look up at you, so you say hello.
Sorry, I thought for a second that you cut out, that's why.
Yeah, he doesn't look up at you, so what do you do? You just say hello?
I was going to say Sheriff Whitford, I believe.
He looks up at you and he says, "Who's asking?"
Do I have a badge of any kind to indicate that I'm a private investigator, or am I just...
You have an ID card for the agency that you work for.
Yeah. I basically just pull it out, present to him, going, Charles Elwood, private investigator. I hired by the Dodge brothers to investigate the disappearance of Mr. Cornthwaite. I wondering if I could ask you a few questions on the matter.
He glares at you, his eyes narrowing under the wide-brimmed white cowboy hat he wears, and he says, "Outsiders, just about the last thing I need." He says, "Look, I'll be straight with you. I don't like Cornthwaite. I don't like that mansion. And I don't appreciate having out-of-towners coming in and putting their toes on my jurisdiction, putting their noses where they don't belong."
I can understand your issues with that. You said you're not a fan of Cornthorpe. Why don't we start from there?
He says, look, I suppose Cornthwaite's an alright guy for an out-of-towner. It's that mansion. Look, I don't want to answer any questions, and I'm not dealing with any investigation about it. He types something on his typewriter, and he looks up at you, and he narrows his eyes again, and he says, say, you wouldn't mind telling me where you was last night?
Last night? I only got into town today, so I was back at my office.
He frowns, and he says, you got witnesses that'll attest to that, boy?
Do I have anyone that works with me in the office?
He sighs and he
I was gonna say, do I actually have anyone in the office?
Oh yeah, you could easily give him the phone number to your agency, and he could call them up and.
Yeah, pretty much flip the cut over, point at them, and they're going. You really feel bent out of shape about it. That there will give you all the answers you need.
He shrugs and he says, "Well, you're a smart guy, ain't you?" He says, "All right, look, I'll believe you for now. So you said you're looking into Cornthwaite. Well, look, I'll tell you this." It's an almost sneer more than a smile. He says, "That guy is loaded. He has the money to do anything he wants, and I hardly think he needs to hold his lawyer's hand to ask permission. This whole business is ridiculous." He scoffs, raises a hand, and then he flaps a hand at you and then goes back to typing on his typewriter.
And just to myself in my head, just going, just my luck. The lawyers are twitchy and the sheriff doesn't say a word. It's going to be a long afternoon. All right, well, it's clear he's not giving me anything else, so I might try one. I must say, I'm a little curious. The lawyers didn't particularly onto that manner either. Is that just a local superstition, or just the decorum that you don't like?
Make a hard persuade check, please.
Yeesh. Alright, big money. And that is just a hard pass, damn.
He says, well, never set foot inside the place, but if I did see the decor, I'll tell you I probably would hate it too. He says, look, I'll tell you one thing. Go over to the newspaper office and ask old Stan over there if he can fill you in. I got one thing to say. He narrows his eyes and he says, I just gotta say that I sure hope that old Al Kerwin is still alive out there somewhere, because I can't wait to shoot that guy like the sick dog that he is. And for a brief moment, you notice a strange look of savagery in his face.
Okay, how do you spell that name?
Al Kerwin. Curwen.
W-E. Never heard of an Al Kerwin. Is he not particularly friendly around here?
He sneers. He says, ask around and you'll hear all about it. Now, I got reports to find. One of the farmers is missing some livestock, and I'm the only one in town with the means to investigate it. He turns away from you and begins typing on his typewriter again.
So just huff to myself and go, well, I wouldn't want to keep you from your important work. I'll leave you be.
You tip your hat to him. He barely looks at you. And then you leave, the bell tingling again as you exit. Meanwhile, we cross to Waldo Dinzo, who is going to the town hall. The town hall is a large wooden edifice at the end of the main street. It is here that council meetings are held and records are kept. You take one look at the small wooden building before pushing open the glass door and stepping inside into a dusty, dimly lit reception room. There's a moth-bitten couch in front of one of the walls opposite a community notice board for people to wait in, although nobody is here. The only person present is a wiry-haired, bespectacled young man sitting at the reception desk. He is currently reading over a ream of papers. As he hears the door, you push open the door. He looks up at you and he scratches his head and he says, well, I'll be. Someone actually come in a lodge a complaint.
I smile and I look at him and I put my hand out to make a greeting. Can I use a charm and find out, would this be the right person to talk to about regarding Mr. Cornell? Is he the only person in the building?
Make a charm check, please.
Oh, okie dokie. Let me just quickly type that out. Roll D100. Oh, God, no, camera was rolling drop. Okay. Roll D100. 83. Okay. No.
Let's see. Would you like to push that?
Yes, please. Let me try this out. Okay. No.
Nearly. Would you like to spend 13 luck, or would you like to leave that roll stand?
I'll let that roll stand.
He looks up at you and, confused, he says, Cornslate. Well, didn't think I'd be hearing his name today. He notices the film camera slung over your shoulder and he says, what's that? You, making a movie or something?
That is precisely what I'm doing. Making an autobiography on Mr. Cornflake. So I thought I'd come down here and go the locals, find a bit more about him. Perhaps you maybe want to go on the record and maybe add to his little autobiography. What do you think? What do you think?
Make a cinema check, please.
Alrighty. I cannot spell with autocorrect. Mobile phone is the fucking death of me. Oh.
Ooh. Would you like to push that?
Oh, yes, please.
Go ahead.
M1's death chamber. Aptly spoken.
Oh,
yes.
God damn!
Might be making that
He
porno
looks at-
after all.
He looks at you and he says, "Oh, that's nice that somebody's finally taken an interest in our humble little town, but I'm sorry, I can't let you look at the city hall records, and I can't look. It'd be more than my job's worth." He then scratches his hair once again. He says, "Unless," he says, "Say, buddy,
yes.
you being in the movies industry and all, I'm sure you'd have." He says, "I'm sure you'd have a little bit of disposable income."
Grease his palms with silver.
Good thing you got paid up front, huh?
Oh, yeah. So far, Faye has screwed me over every single time.
Make a credit rating check, please.
Sometimes you just gotta love what they throw at you.
Pass. Okay, you determine that
that's a pass.
it is. You determine that $20 will be an appropriate bribe. And so you reach into your jacket pocket, take out a $20 bill and give it to him. He takes it under his thumb and smiles and then puts it in his wallet. And he says, "Well, okay then. Feel free to enter the archives just behind me. We got births, deaths, wedding records, and You might, if you're lucky enough, you might find the deed to that a big old house of cornflates in there too. He winks and he
Deed?
says, yes. He winks and he says, just remember, I'm not the one who'll let you in.
He who controls the deed controls the house.
Oh,
Exactly.
Good Lord.
Okay, time to make
So
my
you-
way to the back room.
Yep. You push past him and you open the little wooden door that leads to the records room, such as it were. It's mainly a small closet a small closet, the walls of which have been taken up with bookshelves and filing cabinets. I would like you to make a library use check here with advantage, please.
Oh man, I need all the advantages. How much you want to
Yes.
bet I'm going to fail this one?
Still get one more. Still get one more because it's advantage.
And then maybe a push.
Would you like to push?
Oh, absolutely.
Advantage. Go ahead.
I am
To get 2 more.
taking whatever I can
Yep.
get.
Yep, so you get two more.
There you go. Third time's the charm.
Yeah, that did it. So you
What?
spend a few minutes just looking through all the records in the room, and because they're all just combined into this little closet, it's not too hard to find what you're looking for. Most of them are birth and death certificates, and based on this, you determine that Mr. Cornthwaite is not actually local to this town. It appears he only moved here less than 10 years ago from Boston. As such, there is no birth certificate for him. There's simply a couple reams of paper describing his registration as a. Yep, you're back. Describing his registration upon arriving in the town, and atop one of the shelves, you see the deed for Fitzgerald Manse. It is rolled up in a scroll shape and tied with a fading red ribbon. You
That
grab it.
looks like something I should be taking. Yes.
You stand up on your tippy toes and you grab it. And as you undo the ribbon and unfold it, make a power check, please.
Oh god.
Oh man.
You shouldn't have been great.
Oh, actually, what is my power?
That is a pass.
Ooh.
Yes, I have a power of
You re-
50. That's good.
You remove the ribbon and unfold the deed. And as you do so, a huge furry spider drops down
Oh.
from the parchment onto your forearm. You're
Make a
startled.
sand check.
No, you don't have to make a sad check. It's just a spider.
Spider, man.
Kills
Stand check.
himself.
You're a little startled at first, but you don't drop anything. You keep your camera on your shoulder and you don't drop the parchment. You just look at the spider and then you quickly brush him off with your other hand. And then you unroll the deed. And you soon discover that the Fitzgerald Manor was built in 1805. And since that time, it has gone through several owners. First being the Ainsfield family in 1866, the Kerwin family in 1894, the Franklin family in 1902, and finally Cornthwaite, who apparently purchased the house in 1920. There is no plan of the house included with the deed.
Maybe time to return back to our friends.
Yes. Do you put the deed back where you found it?
No, it's now mine.
All right. Fold it back up. And you put it in your bag. And then you leave the records room and you tip your hat to the wiry-haired man at the reception
$20
desk.
for the cheapest house ever bought.
Well, technically, it's not in your name yet, but there are ways we could get around that. And you leave back out onto the main street. As you exit onto the main street, you see See the private eye, Charlie, walking out of the sheriff's office with a frustrated look on his face.
What?
Do you approach him?
What, Charlie?
Yeah, M2's
Yeah,
character.
sure. Absolutely.
You see Charlie sigh and shrug with a frustrated look on his face, and then as you walk up to him and you wave at him in greeting, he turns towards you. What do you say to M2?
Charlie, how are you doing, my friend? What have you found?
So far, all I've got to work with is a bunch of twitchy lawyers and a tight-ass sheriff. Few names to work with, but not much else. Hoping to check with the newspaper next.
Do you share the findings in the deed with him, Waldo?
I share the findings. I just do not share the deed.
Okay. Charlie, Waldo tells you that he just visited City Hall and he found there the deed to Fitzgerald Manor. And here he learned it has gone through several owners since it was built. One of the names in particular stands out to you, Irwin family.
Ah, I see.
The plot thickens.
That does indeed.
Strokes beard. Strokes
Well,
Charlie's beard.
I guess you're both off to the newspaper office then.
Well, I am. I don't give really two flying fucks where the other guy goes.
Well,
yes.
Well, he's got no right. He's the other person who ride. So if he's gonna go off to the manor,
I thought I had a car.
oh, wait, you do? Yeah, that's right. I forgot you have a car.
So like I
Yep.
said,
We're trying
I
to get
have
our
a car,
steps
I'm
in before the night begins.
Yep. All right, Waldo. Are you going to head off to the manor now to join the others, or would you like to accompany to the newspaper office?
Well, seeing as I have no weapon, I'm going to try and use it. Maybe they have guns at the newspaper. Let's go there.
Well, there's a general store in town, but yeah, there's a general store in town. You could visit it later.
Yeah, later.
Dale,
Yeah.
before we continue, we're being blamed by Ivy because now
Why?
she's interested in D&D and Call of Cthulhu now, and she's been offered to play with her friends because of us.
Yeah,
We're-
Play it, you'll like it.
People.
We have
You like it.
ignited this spark in her.
Yeah, we did the same thing with your old Remy, so doesn't surprise me one bit. Go nuts.
Yep. The office of Gamwell's weekly newspaper, as the sign reads, Gamwell Gazette, established 1887, is small and cluttered. As soon as you enter the office, you are greeted by the editor, Stan Artemis, a gregarious, overdressed man in his late 40s. He's wearing a bright red and green checked suit and a Panama hat. He immediately offers his hand to both of you. Do you shake?
I do. Best to be
Shakes.
polite.
He shakes your hand and he says, welcome. My humble publication. It's small, but it's Gamwell's only voice of truth, as it were. He gestures towards two wooden chairs opposite his desk, offering you a seat. And he says, Take a load off. If you're here for a tip for a story, I'm to hear it. Otherwise, I'm just happy to have a chat.
Fair enough. I pull out a lighter and a cigarette and go, do you mind if I smoke while we're here?
He says, go ahead. Joe smokes all the time. He looks at you, he says, oh yeah, you wouldn't know Joe. He's my star reporter. He gestures towards an empty desk on the other side of the office and says, he's out gathering material at the moment.
Fair enough. Yeah, a few
He's still-
questions. Oh,
Yep.
I'm guessing this guy doesn't know why who we are.
No, he doesn't. He's just offered you in, extremely friendly. He takes a seat at his desk, leans back and places his feet up on the desk, and he says, "So, you look like out-of-towners."
Yeah.
I'm a filmmaker, and this, my friend, is a private detective.
You just sit tight and let me ask the questions here, buddy.
Please do.
Yeah, again, pull out the card, show it to him, going, Charles Elwood, private investigator. I was hired by your local lawyers to investigate the Cornthwaite disappearance.
I'd like you to make a law check, please.
All right. Can I push that?
Go ahead.
Yep, that's a pass.
The smile on his face immediately fades. He says, Mr. Cornthwaite.
Mm-hmm.
See. So you're probably looking at Gerald Mansion then.
That is the case, and I have noticed that it's not a particularly enjoyable conversation for locals. I was hoping you'd have more information on the matter.
He says, it's mainly that Sheriff Whitford. He's got a gigantic stick up his ass about it. But, well, I don't really blame him with what happened and all. His eyes over to Waldo Dinzo's film camera. And he says, what about you? You look like you're here to shoot a film or something.
I'm shooting an autobiography on Mr. Cornflake. Perhaps you have some information that I might be able to include in the trailer.
Make a cinema check with advantage, please. He's already been softened up by Charlie.
I'll
You get
get
2.
9 off.
Yep, you get to make another one because it's with advantage. It's with advantage. So you get to make 2.
Yeah.
Yes. Can we
Lovely. His face
it
brightens
happened.
up. His face brightens up a little bit more. He says, "A movie about our town and about the Fitzgerald Mansion. Well, tell you what, if you need reference material, you'll find a lot of it." He gestures towards a large filing cabinet behind him. He says, "I got all the back issues in there. You're welcome to look. Might be a little bit messy. We haven't really organized them in a long time. But if you want to have a look and see if you can find anything about Mr. Cornthwaite or the mansion, go ahead. I'm happy to contribute." He then winks. He says, "Just remember, I expect to have my name in the credits."
Yeah, exactly. I'll include in the credits. Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
Okay, I would now like the both of you to make library use checks.
Shit, paperwork was never my strong suit. I'm better at asking questions. Not
Yeah,
the
you
best.
are.
That's a goddamn 9, so I got lucky today.
Yep, it's
And
okay.
I failed.
That's okay. That's okay, because the two of you working together, and M2 has managed it, you open the filing cabinet, and even though the editor called this his back issues, it's not very accurate. It's basically just a bunch of cardboard boxes all jammed into a series of drawers with piles of old newspapers stuffed in.
He's prideful.
Yes. You do find constant references to Cornthwaite, stretching back to his arrival in the town in 1920. Apparently, he became quite well known and well respected in town after arriving, opening fetes, attending tea parties, donating to the church, winning at bridge nights, and even donating a large collection of books to the local library.
I think we should go investigate what some of the content these books are.
Oh, I was going to say, you could look for that. I was more looking for stuff on Kerwin thing where he fits it all.
However, I would now ask for another library use check, this time with advantage. You've both got the Kerwin name, so you can both do it with advantage.
Alright, that's 1 fail. Let's try this again.
And that's
That's an 11. I'm in.
Yep. You decide that perhaps Cornthwaite isn't what you're looking for, and you begin to search for references to the Fitzgerald Mansion, going as far back as you can. And eventually, you manage to unearth an interesting article. The date on it is the year 1900, exactly 30 years ago. It reads, Gamwell family slain in terror. Mother and 3 children killed. Police seek missing father. A tragedy of awful proportions in Gamwell, when Mrs. Gloria Kerwin and her 3 children, Harold 5, Sarah 3, and Susan 2, were found brutally murdered on their estate north of Gamwell, the well-known Fitzgerald Manse. Deputy Whitford of the Gamwell County Sheriff's Office made the grisly discovery while making a routine inspection. I've never seen anything like it, the brave but shaken deputy told this reporter. They were all dead. The family had indeed been brutally and cowardly slain, struck down by repeated blows from an axe. Not even little Susan spared from this hideous fate. A murder weapon has been discovered, and it's meant to be Arthur. Arthur Kerwin, the children's father, is presently missing. He is wanted by the police for questioning, although fears are also held for his safety. You remember immediately the sheriff's comment that he hopes that Mr. Kerwin is still alive out there one day so that he can put him down like the sick dog that he is.
I was going to say, obviously he thinks he's responsible for it.
Yes. Additionally, you find another article going even further back to the year 1870. This article, far shorter and in incomplete state due to its age, simply informs you that in 1870, a man by the name of Roger Ainsfield, upon returning home from the Civil War, shot dead his wife and then himself with a service rifle.
And say Roger Ainsfield.
Yes. I would like the both of you to.
No, sorry.
I'd like the both of you to please make intelligence checks.
Let's see if I have a brain. Wow. I do.
I do indeed. That's a hard pass.
It occurs to both of you almost immediately. Roger Ainsfield, his murder-suicide happened in 1870. Then, the massacre of the Kerwin family in 1900. And now, in January of 1930, the disappearance of Arthur
Takes
Cornflakes.
place every 30 years. Interesting.
I would like both of you to make sand checks, please.
And so it begins.
Yes. The fucking in.
Joke's on you, though, because I actually am quite sane, so I passed by a country mile.
Okay. You lose
failed.
1.
Fair
You
enough.
lose one.
By passing.
You lose 1, and Waldo, you lose 3 sanity. You lose 1d3 sanity.
Of course I do, because I'm great at failing.
No. Speaking of which, there is something else I'd like to do.
Yep.
Obviously, I don't know much about Mr. Disno. Is it possible I can do a spot hidden to see if I notice anything about him?
Yes. Go ahead.
Effective work there.
Yes. All right. What can I get with a 23?
Put the back issues where you found them. You can't help but notice, pointing out of the tip of Waldo's
Bastard.
Canvas bag, the tip of a paper scroll of some kind, and you can distinctly make out the word deed written across the top.
File that away for future reference. Aren't you glad you stuck with the private investigator?
Why would you use your powers for evil?
I'm sorry, I believe that's what you're doing is you stole records from a...
I had a plan.
I don't give a fuck.
He's already gonna be dead. It's called a Cthulhu. We already know the old.
Yeah, well, guess what? You may be going to prison if that's...
And is there anything else you would like to do?
I got a pretty solid pile of information out of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
Thank
was
you.
ever going to get out of the stupid fucking sheriff.
Yep.
Um,
You bid farewell to editor Stan. He tips his hat to you and he says, "I'm looking forward to seeing that picture." And then you shut the door behind you. Are you going to head up to the manor now, or is there anything else you'd like to attend to?
don't think there's anything else I
Mm,
need.
none for me.
All right.
I've got a
Climb-
camera.
Yep. And you begin your drive to the mansion. We swap to the other group. Christopher, Joey, and Wilbur. You have decided to drive up to the mansion instead of conducting investigations in town. The Fitzgerald estate is located miles from town. Several other large mansions are the nearest neighbours. Do you decide to stop at any of the neighbours before going to the mansion
Right.
itself?
So the Fitzgerald, that's his house. Is
Yes.
okay.
But you notice that his closest neighbours are also similarly large mansions. You're all in Joey's car because Wilbur and Christopher do not have vehicles of their own. So, would you
My
like
vehicle will be the sea.
Yes. Does anyone wish to stop and question the neighbours before you proceed directly to the mansion?
Do we see any of the neighbours outside, like on our way past, or?
Yeah, just slowly
No,
drive by.
As you slowly drive by, you notice that the front yards of most of the houses appear to be empty. A couple of them have cars parked the drive, but you don't see any people.
And what do you think? Should we
I think we
check
should
out these other ones,
keep
or?
going straight to the Unchomp.
Fair enough. I do hear he's got quite a fine art collection since the last time we've interacted.
And what say you?
Tom?
Yep, Wilbur is gonna go along with you. He's just sitting in the. He has no input in the conversation. He's just sitting in the back seat tinkering with random instruments.
God damn it, Bartleby.
Hey guys, wait a second. I'm back.
Yep.
I had a loose connection.
Yes.
Trying to talk.
We're just so just asking. The other two want to press onto the manor. Do you want to stop and question any neighbours?
Yes.
Right. Well, you decide to. Yep.
Basically, I just rock up to their front door like with my briefcases and stuff in hand.
Yep. So, basically, Joey, you park you bring the car to a stop in front of the mansion right next to Cornthwaite's house, and you push open the back door to let Wilbur out. Are you guys going to wait for him, or are you just going to head on?
I'll wait at the front door.
Alright, you're gonna just wait. So, you're just gonna let him go up to the front door on his own? You're just gonna wait at the car for him to return?
Well, wait. Who's going up to the mansion?
Wilbur's gonna go up and knock on the front door of the neighbor's
Oh,
house.
of the neighbor's house. Okay, yeah. But couldn't really hear because of the connection issue.
Yeah, sorry, it's pretty bad tonight.
Yeah.
So, Joey, are you going to drive up to Fitzgerald Manor, or are you gonna just keep the car idled and wait for him to return?
Oh, just keep it idled and wait for him to return, and just sort of take everything in and see what.
You just idle the car at the front of the driveway leading up to the neighbor's house, and you watch as Wilbur makes his way up the driveway, complete with silver briefcase and instruments in his hands. Wilbur, walk up the driveway to the large American Gothic style manor house. The front yard is meticulously cared for. The lawn has been recently mowed, the plants have been recently trimmed, and just behind the mansion, you can see what seems to be a large grazing field, complete with a couple of horses that are running around. Place your suitcase on the doorstep beside you, and then you rap on the front door. Wait a moment, and then you hear the sound of a chain being drawn, and then with a creak, the door opens. On the other side is a red-haired woman wearing a cocktail dress of some kind. You've obviously caught her as she's preparing for some sort of function. She doesn't say anything. She simply looks at you, and after a few moments of silence, she says, "Yes? Are you selling something?"
Hello, my name is Wilbur. I'm investigating the disappearance of your next door neighbor.
She says, "Oh, yes. You would mean Mr. Arthur Cornthwaite?"
Yes. I was wondering if you have experienced some, how can I say it? I mean, some people would say paranormal. I'd like to say, extra ordinary events.
I would-
Ghost sightings, such.
She looks at you and she frowns and she looks about ready to dismiss you, and then she says, "Actually, come to think of it, my husband and I, one of our horses went missing recently, just a couple of nights ago."
Wonderful. Do you mind if I go to your where you keep your horses and do some tests?
She says, "Yes, just take the path there." She points to a path leading through the front garden. "It'll take you around the side of the house, and you can just open the gate and go into the field. The horse appears to have gone missing along the western side of the paddock, the side that borders with Mr. Corthwaite's property. We reported it to the police, and the sheriff came, and he had a look, but he said he couldn't find anything. He's still looking into it. We don't understand. Mr. Cornthwaite couldn't have stolen it. He apparently has been missing for about a week, I hear."
All right. Thank you for your time. I'll go investigate, and I'll tell you if I find anything of interest.
She says, "Thank you very much. Please do let me know if you find anything."
Yes,
She shuts the door, and you hear the sound of the chain being put back into place. Do you call your fellows over?
Yes. Some interesting information regarding a horse. Perhaps disappeared, perhaps related. We will find out. I start opening my briefcase and start assembling what appears to be like a megaphone, except completely non-functional as one and made entirely out of copper, with like a lot with various magnets and two pieces of copper cable leading to my sort of portable array of power.
Okay, so the other two of you, Joey and Christopher, as you walk up the driveway to join Wilbur, who's shouted that he has some information, you see him on the doorstep of the house assembling some strange contraption that looks like a megaphone attached to a kind of primitive battery power pack.
That's an interesting contraption you've got there.
Witchcraft is what it is.
Science, actually, but close. I then pull like the last thing is like a large dial. It doesn't really have any frame of reference as to what it's measuring. It's just really just a dial with various points marked across it. And I like lift my thing and I start taking it down the field, paying very close attention to the dial, looking for traces of spectral after images.
Okay.
Wow, we're getting full
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
Well then.
Yeah, so the other two of you feel slightly weird and uncomfortable as you walk around the side of the woman's house to the paddock in the back with the horses.
I take a drink from my flask.
I'm
Yes,
paying
take
very
it-
close
Let it
attention.
begin.
You take a drink from your flask while Wilbur carefully opens the gate and then pulls out his bizarre contraption, holds it up to his face like a camera, and just starts walking around the perimeter of the field with it in hand while it begins to emanate a strange humming sound. I would like all three of you to please make spot hidden checks with advantage.
Oh, that's a critical.
Oh
pass for
my
me.
god.
That's a 10.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
That's
Yep.
Power of science.
Are you sure you don't want to take a second roll there?
No, I think I'm right.
Alright, so here's the critical, mine's a hard, and
Mine's a regular.
So you basically just follow him around. You look around, you try to keep your eye out for anything interesting, but you don't see anything of note until you come to the eastern side of the field, the opposite side of where all the horses are. They're all gathered, clumped up on the western side, just watching you as you walk around. And suddenly the instrument that Wilbur's holding begins to go beep, 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 beep.
Oh my.
And he points, he immediately jumps, goes, and points to a patch of grass by the border fence of the field. And the first thing you see is a large imprint in the long grass, roughly horse-sized, as if a horse was lying down here. But aside from that, the most important thing is that the grass around this bulge is seemingly covered in a thick coat of dew, little droplets of moisture hanging on the blades of grass, and
I'd
this
like to
is
take
quite
samples of this dew.
yes. Wilbur immediately leans over and begins taking samples, and the other two of you find this a little bit strange, as it's nearly 1 o'clock in the. It's just after 1 in the afternoon now, and for dew to be this prominent on grass outside of the morning is a little bit strange.
Can I find any evidence of salt being around?
Of salt. I would like you to make an occult check, please.
Can I push that?
Yes.
ooh.
No.
You see
No,
nothing at all.
Yeah, you look around the area and you keep an eye out for anything that might glisten, like salt crystals. But with all the dew, it's hard to see anything. Every time you see anything that sparkles, you take a closer look, and it's the same dewy moisture.
Wonderful. I would like to use the samples I've collected to prepare a couple of microscope slides.
Yep.
To examine later.
Yes. Okay. I would like you to please make a dex check.
Hard pass.
Yep. You carefully capture a few samples and place them between glass slides and put them into your microscope kit to examine later when you've got a proper area to set up. Would the other two of you like to do anything?
Not much I can do with my, so I'll do a spot hidden if I may.
Yes, go ahead and make a spot hidden check.
That's
What do you
a 4. That's what my CI captains see.
Yep. You raise your hand to your head and look around, just walking around the patch of grass that's covered in dew.
Lando!
You see that the patch of grass and the dew drops almost perfectly end with the boundary fence, on the other side of which is Mr. Cornflake's mansion grounds, meaning that anything that came here and took the horse most likely came from there. However, the fence looks like it has been undisturbed. The wiring is straight, looks almost as if it's brand new, and there's nothing to suggest that anyone tried to force their way over this fence. And given that they may have taken a horse with them, getting over the fence without disturbing it in some way would be a very difficult task.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yar.
Can I touch the dew? Like just normal mortal?
Yes. You reach down and you touch one of the dewdrops, and although it looks like water, the consistency is very slightly different under your finger, under your thumb and forefinger. It is less like water, and as you watch it dribble down the front of your thumb, a little bit more like saliva or slime.
Wilbur! Wilbur!
I can't remember.
Sorry. I really don't think this be the moisture here. Seems like some kind of animal.
Wonderful. I start taking more microscope samples.
Yep. And as you take more microscope samples, you too realize that he's right. It does have a strange, sort of thicker consistency than water, and it doesn't appear to be dew at all. And at this, I would like Liam and Tom to please make sanity checks.
Uh-oh.
That's wrong.
That's bad.
Yep.
That
Okay,
is a 4.
Okay, so Liam, you lose 1 sanity, and Tom, you lose 1d3.
Do you want me to roll that?
You can. I trust you.
2.
Very well. There doesn't appear to be anything else you can glean from this. Would you like to return to your car?
I would like to have being a
Yep.
Racing enthusiast, I want to have a bit of a closer look at some of the have a look at the horses that are on the other side there.
Good idea. I would like for you to please make a ride check.
Yeah.
Whippy whippy.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can push it.
Wilbur.
Yeah,
no.
No.
Okay, so you notice all of the horses clumped together on the other side of the field, and they're just watching you, not moving. And while the other two examine the dew and collect samples of it, you make your way over to the other side of the field. And as you draw closer to the horses, they begin to silently back away until they are pressed up against the fence on the other side of the field. Something has obviously spooked them. So you slow your steps and you begin to creep forwards, talking in a soothing voice, trying to let them know you're not a threat. And then as you draw near, 2 of the horses whinny, and they roar and they rear up on their hind legs, and then both of them come trampling towards you. I'd like you to make a dodge check, please.
Don't fuck this up, Smithy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a bad day if you die before we even get into the actual investigation.
That's a fail.
Oh.
All right.
Oh dear.
You attempt to jump out of the way, but one of the horses barrels into you, head and hooves first, and knocks you to the ground. Luckily, they don't trample over you. They knock you to the ground and then just run to the adjacent corner of the paddock. Just the same, though, you take 5 points as one of the horses gives you a nasty kick to the rib. Make a constitution check, please.
How you doing there, buddy? Yeah.
Oh!
Oh God!
Yep. And you are knocked unconscious by the blow. The
Oh
other
my God! You other guys are gonna be like, "Hey, I wonder how our buddy's doing." Oh,
Yeah.
okay, he's just.
The other two of you hear the whinnying of horses behind you, and you turn around just in time to see two of the horses rush at Joey, one of them knocking him to the ground and delivering a swift kick to his rib. Then the
Bet you
two
wish
horses...
Whistledoff was still alive right now.
Yes. Then the two horses sprint to the adjacent corner of the fence and begin struggling, trying to break through out of the field.
I see this and
I'll go over to my fallen comrade.
I was about to say run over
Yeah.
to Joey.
Meanwhile, the lone remaining horse has just retreated further away into the opposite corner and is just staring at you.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, I rush over Jimmy and just start
Yep.
s-
Both rush over to
sla-
Joey.
slapping him awake and form first aid.
Yep. You
Wake
begin
up, wake up, wake up.
slapping You begin slapping him awake, and he opens his eyes and groans. And then before you have a chance to do anything, you hear a woman's voice. You hear a woman's voice shouting, "Oh dear, what's going on out there?" And you turn and you see the red-haired woman in the cocktail dress standing at the gate to the paddock. She's just seen, she's watching the horses trying to force their way through the fence, and then has turned her attention to the three of you gathered over Joey, who's lying on the ground.
The young.
My
Oh,
My goodness, she says as she comes running into the field.
the young landlubber got trampled by your horses.
Something must have spooked him good.
Skelly Pete, that's you?
Shh, don't worry about it.
Before she approaches you, she quickly stops at the two frenzied horses and moves closer, speaking softly to them, and strokes one of them on the mane, somehow miraculously managing to calm them down. And then, away from her, rushes over to you in the middle of the field, and she says, "My goodness, is he okay?"
He's just got the wind knocked out of him.
It seems to have a broken sternum by the look of it.
I plant my blackjack in Joey's mouth and be like, "All right, this is gonna hurt." And then I would like to first aid on him.
Before you do that, as the woman notices you place your black in Joey's mouth, her eyes go wide and she says, "Please, sir, there's no need for that. Bring him inside. I've got some medical supplies in there."
I'm sorry. Just after that, I'm just thinking. Well, I do declare, Mr. Bogart.
Oh Lord, I do have the vape.
All right. I'll pick up Joey.
Yep. The two of you bundle him up between your shoulders and carry him around the front of the house and into the front door as directed by the woman. She directs you to a lounge room and you place him down on a velvet sofa. The woman looks at him and she says, "I'll return momentarily." And then she rushes off into an adjacent room and returns a few minutes later with a surprisingly well-stocked first aid kit.
I'll take this opportunity to just set up my my microscope and start examining slides.
Yep. So with her first aid kit, you may add 20% to your first aid roll just this one time.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
So go ahead and do that.
So that's. Oh no, I'm just having 30%. How much did you say I could add?
20.
20.
So
Is
that's
50?
So yeah, that's 70. Okay. That is a. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Oh, thank God. That's a 7. The first roll was an 81.
Okay. Joey's major wound has been treated, and he recovers 2 health.
There you go.
Yeah, I slap him on the head. You goddamn idiot!
The woman looks down at you and she clucks disapprovingly and she says, "Now, dear, the horses can be gentle, and I've taken a fall off of them more times than I can count. To be more careful."
Those are some of the most spooked horses I've ever seen. Ugh.
She says, "Well, yes, they've been spooked, and I can't figure out why.
Well,
maybe it might just be best to stay away from them."
well,
for
they're
the
not
time being."
known as the seals of the land for nothing.
Meanwhile, I would like Wilbur to please make a science check.
A what check?
A science.
Oh, science. Sound like stealth.
Yes, he must quietly work his. Did you say something, Tom? It sounded very far away for a bit there.
There we go. That's foul. Can I push?
Yes, you can push. Push
No.
it. Would you like to spend luck? Okay, well, you do examine the slides, and under a microscope, they appear to be. They appear to be. You can tell that they're strange, but you can't identify exactly how. All you can tell is that while they appear to be clear to the naked eye, under a microscope, the moisture is cloudy and dense, filled with what appear to be tiny little spores and other growths.
So does it have a cell structure or or is it mineral?
It appears to. You can discern that there is a cell structure, but that's about all you can discern.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
whatever it is, it's organic.
Alive.
Yes, and alive. You set up. You pack up your microscope and you
Just
make.
out of curiosity, I ask the fine lady of this manor if she has some table salt.
On rubbing it in that poor man's wounds.
I'll take a pinch and I'll add it to one of the slides and I'll see what the reaction is.
You drop a pinch of salt onto the slide, and then you watch as the small organisms in the mixture, the growths or cells or whatever they are, seem to instinctively recoil away from the salt crystal.
Interesting.
Oh, shit. I should have thought to buy more buy salt water in town. Oh.
I ask the lady if I may make use of her current supply of table salt, and I will reimburse her properly for it.
Make a credit rating check, please.
Wonderful. Credit rating check to buy salt.
Oh, she's got to be
That's a
confident
hard
that you're going.
pass.
She's got to be confident that you're going to reimburse her.
Yeah.
She seems to think you're trustworthy, and so she heads into the kitchen and brings out a salt shaker, and she hands it to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I tuck it into my coat and
Yep. Pack up supplies
and write her a check for the worth.
The salt.
You write her a 20-cent check, and she takes it. Then you pack up your slides and your microscope, and you stay with Joey for a few more minutes to make sure he's okay to stand, and he is. And then you bid farewell to the woman, head down the driveway, and climb back into Joey's car. He starts the engine and begins to reverse down the driveway so that you may continue to the Fitzgerald Manse. And as you turn out of this lady's estate, you notice the 3 horses gathered once again at the fence, except this time they're looking out at your car as it winds down the driveway. I would like Joey to make a sand check, please.
Oh no.
The horses are staring at you. This is like me and the ball all over
Do you
again.
hear them, Clarice? Do you hear the silence of the horses?
You lose 1d3. You lose 1d3 sand, please.
Oh, we
that's
just
okay.
need
So much
horses.
scared to lose.
We just need horses played in the background.
It's just sitting there watching, going, "He'll be back for the rest."
You continue the rest. You continue the journey to. You continue the journey to the Fitzgerald estate, and as you drive towards as you approach the house, you see that the 20-acre estate is bordered by a high stone spiked wall. And as you follow the road around to the front gates, black and grey clouds begin to skid across the sky, and the wind outside begins to pick up.
Ah, the old trick knees acting up.
When you arrive at the gates to the manor, you see two other cars parked there in front of the gates, that of Charlie and Waldo Dinzo. They've been waiting for you, it seems.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Park your car beside them and form into a group, and then you approach the
Sorry, I really have to.
before you approach the gates, do you just quickly convene and pass on your individual findings?
Think that's the smart thing to do.
Horses are trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I did look at his injuries and go, neighbors give you some trouble.
This one's spooked a few horses, and he's got trampled over, but he seems to be fine now.
They were spooked before I got there.
No. You're just a young landlubber. These land seals don't know what they're on about.
So Charlie and Waldo tell you what they found in town. After their visit to the newspaper, they headed up to the Manse, and seeing as you hadn't arrived yet, they decided to wait. You convened to them. You told them about the strange moisture and the missing horse and how the horses were spooked. And you probably would have been there to meet them if you didn't have to spend an hour and a half treating Joey's wound back to health. It is now just rolling over to 3, just before 3 in the afternoon, and the iron gate which gives access to the driveway is padlocked. It appears the Dodge brothers have neglected to give you the key.
Well, first off, I'd like to brush away at a area of the besides the gate, and I find myself a little carving, get like young Joey over. My lad Joey, I need you to see something.
Sure.
Try that M1.
I point
What
to
are you showing him?
I point to the carving. This is me where good old Cornflake used to party all the time. The sign reads, Cornflake gets it here for free.
I was gonna say, I can always roll locksmith to try my way into the gate.
Would you like to try that? It's probably better than climbing it or seeing if there's an opening in the fence. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, that's a 7.
Oh damn!
So this,
Did that open the door?
Lab, but this clearly is my first time out getting into places I shouldn't be.
Silently cursing the Dodge brothers for failing to provide you with the gate key, you hold up a hand to tell everyone to just wait a moment. So then you step up to the padlock, insert a pin and begin to jiggle it around. And a few seconds later, you are pulling the chain off the gate and dropping it onto the cobblestone driveway beneath you.
Well played.
The gate swings open with a drawn-out metallic creak, and you immediately realize that you'll have to leave your vehicles here, as the driveway on the other side is completely overgrown and in disrepair, with seemingly months of neglect. On the other side, a wide driveway leads towards the house, while other ill-defined paths lead off into the rambling garden. I would like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
Aye, Captain.
That's fair.
That
That is 12. So that's a
That's
actually no, that's a critical pass for me.
Am I allowed to re-roll that?
That's a
Yeah, sure.
critical pass.
And this line of work, you gotta keep your eyes.
Oh
peeled.
no, that's another fail
Always
for me.
watch it. Always prepared.
As you begin to walk up the path, you note on the other side of the overgrown garden, the corrugated iron roof of a isolated garden shed, seemingly quite a large distance away from the house proper. So, you can follow the driveway directly up to the house and check out the house, or you can mount a search of the front gardens.
I'd like to go through such gardens. There'll be some kind of treasure hunt.
Okay, what does everyone else wish to do?
I wish to take
I might
my
accompany the captain.
radio spectrographer out, and I'm going to do laps of the ground looking for a similar dewy substance.
So you're searching through the gardens as well. Is anyone heading up to the manor, or are you just going to all search the garden first and then go?
Well, I was thinking of going straight up to the manor.
Oh, yep, you can head up if you like. Does anyone wish to accompany Joey up to the manor? All right, Waldo Dinzo's going to go with you. What's Charlie want to do?
I might accompany the sea captain to the garden shed.
All right, let's have a look then. Okay. The estate includes an extensive garden with stone benches, planter, and even a fountain. Trees include several exotic varieties, such as willows. It would have been a nice place. Once, untended for months, the garden has become a wild expanse of runaway foliage, overgrown and threatening. It's a dark place, dank, green, and dripping. Anything could be concealed here. If somebody has died, if Mr. Cornthwaite has died, his body could remain undetected in this overgrowth for quite some time. And so you decide to mount a brief expedition through the gardens.
I'll say, it's kind of curious that he only disappeared about a week. Oh, you say it's been about a week since he disappeared?
Yes, and yet the garden appears to have months of overgrowth.
Also, if I see like bits of hose or like pipes or stuff like that, I would like to start collecting them.
Okay. Begin to make your way through the gardens, ducking under gnarled branches, stepping over patches of moss and overgrown creepers. And at one point, one of you gets his foot stuck in a gnarled tree branch that you could have sworn wasn't there before. I would like you all to please make spot hidden checks.
Those that were in the garden, or just all?
Yeah, just those in the garden, please.
It's a failure for me.
Push that.
Oh, that's a pass. That's a 14.
A hard pass, 13.
Can I push mine?
Yes, you may.
That's a hard pass for me.
As you make your way through the garden, you search overgrown bushes and peek in patches of grass. You find You don't find much of note. However, you do see what looks to be a length of old garden hose buried in the undergrowth of a bush, which Wilbur picks up eagerly, perhaps too eagerly, as soon as he sees it. And you find a couple of old, abandoned gardening tools, which have long since succumbed to rust.
All right, so I start like taking like choice bits off it, like say like the screw off the secateurs and like maybe the handle off the hoe and just stuff like that.
Yep. So you're just taking bits and pieces off with no particular order to
No.
it.
So basically once I've assembled enough things together, I'm going to try and jury-rig together a, for lack of a better word, salt launcher.
Right. Okay, so I'd ask you to make a mechanical repair check, please.
I was gonna say, see,
That is a extreme pass.
Nice.
Yep. So you disassemble some components of the old gardening tools and the hose, but you probably will need to sit down somewhere to put them all together. But you take note of how to fit them together and have the plan in your head as your group continues to press through the overgrown garden. You hear your footsteps crunch on the dirt underfoot and squish on top of the damp undergrowth. And out of the corner of your eye, a couple times, you swear you see twisted shadows lurking around, trying to reach you. But every time you check, you see that they are merely overgrown trees. Step forward, still keeping an eye out for anything strange. And then, okay, Liam, M2, and Tom, what are your luck values?
65.
50.
60.
That
Okay.
means I win.
Yep. Okay, I would like Charlie to please make a dex check.
A dex check. Okay.
Yes.
Well, either way, that's a 25.
Hey.
It's a pass.
You linger behind for a moment because you think you see a flicker of movement in your right eye, but it's just another overgrown bush blowing in the wind. And then you turn around and try to catch up with the two others. And as you step through a patch of long grass, you feel your boot slip on a wide, damp patch of mud. You feel yourself losing your footing, but then steady yourself and manage to not trip over. You still end up with mud splattered all over your boots and a little bit up your right pants leg.
Damn it.
I would like all three of you to please make listen checks.
Am I allowed to push?
Yes.
That's a 12.
That is also a 12.
Oh, well,
That's
the number of the
17.
day.
It suddenly occurs to you that this garden, despite being overgrown, is extremely quiet. There's no telltale signs of birds, no small woodland creatures. You can't even hear the mating call of a cricket.
I might just instinctively get my gun out.
And yeah, just the captain being paranoid. I'll pull out my saber that I've been hiding in my.
Yep.
Well, speaking of things hidden, I might need to have a word with these two before we head back inside.
Good idea. I would like Wilbur to please make a spot hidden check with advantage.
Ooh.
No need.
You got
Wow.
Suddenly, the
Damn.
three of you are startled when Wilbur's instrument starts going beep, 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 beep. And on the, in a dark, isolated corner of the garden, a short distance away from the wooden garden shed, underneath underneath a disturbingly twisted and overgrown fruit tree, you see a large puddle, apparently of the same moisture that you found in the horse paddock. Except rather than simply being dewdrops on grass, this is a sizable puddle that has apparently pooled here.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I pull out a pair of basically welder's gloves, and then I salt the inside of them, and then I'll start to collect some samples. I'd also like to drop some organic matter into it and see what happens. Maybe
Very well.
Tree matter.
As you lean over to begin collecting samples, something at the foot of the twisted catches your eye, and then you see lying there in the undergrowth, bleached white, several broken bones.
Human?
You could try to examine them.
I will try to examine them.
Make a natural world check, please.
I don't have that, but let's see what happens. Nope.
Yeah, well, you can point them out to someone else.
Wait. I think I have natural world.
Yeah, I think the captain can do that. Yeah, you could check them.
I mean, I only have a 10%. Is there anywhere else I could use to check?
You could attempt medicine or anthropology.
Yeah, I don't have any of that. That's not my
Captain.
shit.
Oh, that's right.
I usually look to find people, not investigate what happens after.
And
Captain Christopher has natural world, I believe, don't you?
That's right. I took it off to get something else.
But that's okay.
I can still attempt it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, that's a 3.
Well, diggity.
Huzzah!
As you all gather around to look at the bones, and Wilbur leans over to begin taking samples. You take a closer look at the bones, and you pick a couple of them out and look at them, and you can't tell exactly what they're from because you're not a zoologist by any means. However, you can tell they are most likely not human and appear to have come from a large animal.
It's a relief. Maybe the horse
Based on how clean they are, they have apparently been here for less than 48 hours or so.
Do I recognize it as being one of the horses?
You think it's reasonable that it is probably the missing horse, but you can't tell for sure. Meanwhile, Wilbur reaches into the puddle with his gloves and begins grabbing globs of it and putting them in little vials and inside glass slides. I would like you to make a dex check, please, Wilbur.
Oh dear.
That is a pass. Hey, hard pass even.
Yep. Manage to securely collect the samples, and then when you're done, you break off the end of one of the branches on the fruit tree and drop it into the puddle. It bloops as it splashes onto the puddle, but you do not see any activity in the moisture.
Interesting.
I would like the three of you to please make send checks.
Oh god. That is a pass.
Pass.
And yep, and that's a pass. So you all lose 1 sen.
All right.
Then you press on through the jungle of a garden until you reach the garden shed. The windowless garden shed is small, wooden, pink green in color, and the door is dark. As you approach and step out from the overgrown garden, you feel wet drops. You feel something wet drop onto your faces, and you look up, and based on the black and grey clouds in the sky, it has begun to rain. As you approach the tiny building, the chilly wind and the rain battering down upon you, you see its pointed roof silhouetted against the grey sky, and you can't tell exactly, but you think you sense something sinister and almost evil about the little building. Do you still approach?
Yes. I don't believe in evil, I believe in science.
Yes. The door to the garden...
I just believe in being prepared.
Yeah, you grab your gun out and... The door to the garden shed is open. It's currently swinging violently in the wind, bashing against the wooden door and making loud bang, bang, bang. The inside of the garden shed is pitch black with darkness. There are no windows or any other sources of natural light.
I would like to, I'd assume I'd have something to illuminate a dark space with.
Yes.
Cool. I'll pull out like a makeshift torch I've put together out of jury-rigged other things and examine the garden shed.
Okay. So you guys just gonna wait outside the garden shed while he grabs his torch and steps inside?
I'm just like shining it in from the outside at the moment.
I was gonna say, do I have a torch?
You can make a luck check to determine if you have one on you.
What's my luck at? Nah. Sorry, no dice. Left it in the car.
Shining your torch through the door, it appears to be relatively normal inside. It's a small little wooden room. You can see some gardening tools and other things like a wheelbarrow and some hedge clippers scattered around the garden shed. No, your thing is not going off.
Cool. I think I've got enough stuff for what I need, so I won't worry about it. I just shrug and I go, do you have any of you guys any needs for anything you could find in there?
Hold on, let me get the cat off me.
Yep.
Well, I've never been one to back away from a good old investigation, especially if it concerns my good old pal Cornflake. Saying that, I'm assuming, do I have a flashlight or a lantern or anything?
Well, Wilbur's standing behind you and flashing in a light from the outside, which lights it up, but it's still quite dim in there.
All right, so I'll go in and I'll pull holding my saber out.
Yep. Within the garden shed is a litter of leaves and detritus on the floor. There are many tools: rakes, a wheelbarrow, shovels, some hedge clippers, a pick, a saw, and so on. Many of them have fallen to the floor. All of them are disused, a little dirty, and some of them are a little rusty. Make a spot hidden check, please.
I can look at that is an 8.
You notice that there are some tools attached to the wall on a metal board with outlines to depict where the tools are supposed to go. And you notice there is an outline of a wood hatchet, but the hatchet itself is missing.
Oh. Can't be good. I relayed the information and just pointed out as odd that only one interesting.
As you do this, make a hard dex check, please.
Shit.
Well, that's a 2.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
I was about to check what my dex was. It's like, I don't need to.
As you turn around, and begin to walk out of the shed to form the other 2 of the missing axe, you feel a tremor under your feet, and then before your eyes, it looks like the entire shed shakes as if something is rumbling underneath, and then all of the tools begin to be thrown across the shed, being thrown off the walls and knocked over, and you dodge out of the way as a shovel falls down, and you duck
Is my
as
cookie going off?
yes, it is. At this point, your thing is going, and
It's
a
probably
knife,
like actually like just overloading.
a knife drops the wall and nearly hits your foot, and then you manage to make your way out of the shed. Just as a rake falls down and nicks the side of your arm, you take 1 point of damage.
What in Neptune's great beard is going on here?
Mm.
The two of you who are outside, what you see is that you feel a slight tremor underfoot, and then you see the shed rumble as if an unseen force has rammed against it, and you barely have time to react before you're assaulted by the cacophony of all of the tools falling from their places and Wilbur's instrument going. When Captain Christopher emerges relatively unharmed from the shed, the rumbling stops.
Seems
And
forces are at work.
the instrument's beeping begins to slow.
You're a scientist, right? You want to explain what the hell that was?
Spectral forces. Forces unknown to modern science.
Spectral.
Yes. Like after.
Let's just pretend that none of us here know what that means.
Okay. Let's say you have a large rock underwater, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's say the rock suddenly disappears. Does nothing happen? No, the water rushes in to fill the gap. It'll create some sort of turbulence. It's hard to think. Now, instead of water and a rock, the water in this case is our current understanding of physics. And spectral forces is what happens when the rock disappears.
So, ghosts.
Spectres, poltergeists, whatever you want to call them. I believe they're detectable and measurable and possibly compatible.
And is there any rocks or small, bigger rocks on the ground?
Pardon?
Are there any big rocks on the ground?
Yeah.
I would like to pick up one of the rocks and throw it in the garden shed.
You pick up a sizable rock and then you throw it in the garden shed. It hits the wooden wall and then rebounds and clatters onto the floor. You do not see any movement. With that out of the way, turn your attention to the great house.
I was going to say, actually, before we head back, hold back for a sec. I need to talk to you about something quick.
What is it, Mr. P.I.?
Yes?
You two seem, for the most part, trustworthy, so I trust that what we discuss here doesn't go any further.
Yes?
How familiar are you with this Disno character?
After today, I have no idea who he is. Well, before today.
As an animator of some repute, I've seen his works. I am impressed. He seems to be rather good.
Would you say he's desperate enough in terms financially?
Possibly.
Well, it seems our friend's hiding something from us that he doesn't want us to know about. While we were going through the findings, before he went to the newspaper about research the manor, he stopped off at the town hall. Didn't seem like much, except when we were filing through things, I Noticed he had something poking in his bag. Parchment, old. Had the words deed scrawled. Can't help but feel
Maybe
that.
he has a Boston's phrase. To
Hmm?
be honest, I'll keep a secret, but it doesn't really concern me. I'm here to observe the presence and factors of spectral forces and what happens with this old man. It doesn't really concern me.
Well, why would he have the deed to my old cornflakes house?
Well, I can't tell you that. I know. I just thought I'd bring it up, especially since you seem relatively familiar with the Cornthwaite.
I'll certainly keep an eye out on him.
I was gonna say, just keep an eye out and try and keep your mouth shut on it. Running off
Very
too
well.
soon with it.
And then you make your way to the house. We cross over to Waldo Disno and Joey Widener, who have decided to walk up the main driveway leading to the house. Okay, so Waldo and Joey. The house is silent, shuttered, brooding, cobwebbed by ivy, masked by trees, caressed by the wind. It is large and well constructed with high ceilings and thick, substantial windows, walls, and doors. The entire edifice presents a strange, slightly skewed or tilted appearance. The foundations of the house seem solid enough when viewed closely. The house itself appears to be oddly crooked, as if it was built on an angle. The house has 2 floors, with doors at the front and the back. You have keys for both. You also notice, as you move around the house, a cellar, a wooden hatch on the side of the house that supposedly leads to a wood and coal cellar below. I would like, as Joey and Disno find this, I would like you to roll spot hidden, please.
Nope.
Ooh. Would you like to push that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, these rolls and
Yeah, I know it's being how did what Waldo Disno. Oh, that's yep, okay. Yep.
probably the worst rollers together.
Yeah. You are intrigued by the cellar, so you just look around it as you pass it, and aside from the overgrown, untended lawn around the house, you can't see anything of note. You out of curiosity, you try to open the wooden hatch into the cellar, but it appears to be stuck fast and won't budge. One of the hatches has a hole in it, and you can see a few odd-looking vines protruding through, as if there is something growing on the other side. So, you have 2 means of entry into the house. You may enter through the back door or the front door. Or you could alternatively try to get through a window, but most of them appear to be boarded up.
Well, we're at the front door, so
Do you want to just go through? Sorry, do you want to just go straight to the front door?
yeah.
Yeah, they already know we're coming.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yep. All right. Front door it is.
Knock,
Yep.
knock, knock.
The front door awaits atop a short flight of steps. The door is made from carved oak, the fine brass knocker cold to the touch. Waldo, you grab the knocker and you slam it onto the door once, twice, 3 times. You wait for a moment, and after 20 seconds, there is no response.
I think we should try it again.
Right? You grab the knocker and thump, thump, thump. I'd like both of you to make listen checks, please.
Ugh, creepy crawlies, I betcha.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
better.
that's good.
Listen.
That's
Yes.
pretty decent.
That
Yep.
is a pass.
I think that's a pass.
As you knock a second time, you hear on the other side of the door a kind of wooden groaning, as if the old house is settling. But aside from that, there's nothing.
Oh no, I've got no guns. I could just throw my camera at people. Stay
No,
away
that
from my
works.
tripod.
Guns may not be useful here. If you're thinking what may actually be wrong with this house,
Get
Oh,
out.
would you like to try the
I'll
key
wait
that
back up.
Would you like to try the key that the Dodge brothers gave you?
Shall we, Smithy?
Sure, who actually got the key?
Yep, you've got
Oh.
the key on you. You've got the key on you.
We start patting down our pockets. Oh shit, mate.
You've got the key. You extract the iron key ring and insert the.
Hang on.
And
If we had the key, why do we knock?
Because you don't think things through.
you wanted to knock, you know, there could have been someone here.
The polite thing to
Insert
There's
do.
buddy.
Oh, excellent. Found it.
You insert the key into the lock and turn it. There's a loud click, and then you push open the door and enter into the entrance hall on the other side. The inside of the mansion appears in a state of bad and worsening disrepair. Entering the entrance hall, you can see that large cracks have appeared in the walls and they are slowly widening. Water damage is noticeable throughout the room, although the roof doesn't seem to be leaking, considering it's raining outside. Loose plaster, sometimes in chunks, sometimes in drifts, covers the floor at the base of the walls. The wallpaper sags in places. Pictures hang at odd angles, and the curtain rails for the front window do not run parallel to the floor. The floor itself dips in place. It's a renovator's nightmare.
Don't put
As-
this on Holmes under the hammer.
As you take your first steps into the hall, you once again hear a wooden groan. I'd like you to both make listen checks.
And then a vampire drops from the ceiling.
35, listen, that is a pass.
That's a pass,
Oh.
and
I'm not too sure. I think that's a pass.
Waldo Disno. That's a pass for Waldo Disno as well.
Huzzah.
The wooden lurch sounds almost like floorboards straining under your feet. But here's the thing. It comes from the floor above, not beneath.
I ready my tripod.
This place is certainly menacing, you think. While the others are searching the garden, you have time to make a start on an exploration of the house. The first floor of the Fitzgerald Manse has a number of interesting rooms. You may search the library, the study, the storage room, the dining room, or the kitchen.
Ooh. Smithy, are you hungry? For the knowledge?
Yep. I
Shall
also
we
want to
be-
take a good close look at the artwork as we're
Yep.
walking around.
All right,
Oh,
I
you're
would
looking for the eye hollets that sort of follow your steps.
like you to make an art and craft check, please.
Oh,
I
I am an expert in paper mache.
Would you
I
like to
did it
push
in
that?
third grade.
Yes.
Daryl.
Yep.
Ivy has a question. Is there
Ooh,
a lot?
That's a
Yes.
pass.
Is there a lot
It's
more?
a pass.
There are a lot more of the session.
We're probably going for about another hour and a half.
Ivy.
The artwork is heavily water damaged and covered in bits of mold and dust, but you can make out a couple of them
Smithy had to
underneath
pocket
all
this
that.
too.
You can make out a couple of them underneath the mess, and were it not for the state of disrepair, this would be a quite pleasing collection. you think. Most of the artwork has been sourced from what you believe the artists themselves, and a lot of it has quite a high level of effort put into it. A lot of these pieces would have been quite expensive. You may gain 1 sanity point, Smithy,
Yay!
because you can always appreciate art. Okay, you reach the dining room, and as you push open the door, it creaks, and there's a rumble above as a tiny piece of wet plaster drops down onto the floor next to you. Inside the dining room, there is a silver table service laid out, set for 1. A tablecloth lies underneath it across the table in the middle of the room, but the white tablecloth has long since been stained with dirt and grime. I would like to make spot hidden checks, please.
Okay. Nope.
The room is in a mess. It looks like it was interrupted in the midst of someone having a meal. There are small slivers of shattered glass along the floor, and the walls are cracked and moist. On the other side of the dining room, there is a door that leads into the kitchen. Would you like to go into the kitchen, or would you like to exit and try a different room?
Study or kitchen?
I feel like there might be something in the study.
There's always something in the study.
Yeah.
Something where secret. And a
Mhm.
gun. Because I can't use this my tripod.
All right.
Don't want to use you.
Yep.
Beat them off with the tripod.
As you take
Here, take my size 3-inch stands.
As you take one last look at the dining room, and your boots crunch over the slivers of glass on the floor, you shut the door behind you, and then you cross the entrance hall to the study. Grab the study door, and you push it open. I would like both of you to make sand checks, please.
Oh, great.
You got this, Smithy. We believe in you.
Go, Smithy!
Oops.
Extra 0 and extra exclamation. Oh, no.
Nope.
Oh, no.
All right. I would like each of you to lose 1d3 sand.
Don't worry, Smithy. You get used to it after the 10th one.
No, he, considering how much he
Yay.
started
Oh.
with, he got used to it.
Why?
Oh, that's bad.
Welcome
As
to your
you
first
push-
time as the
It's
permanent
a
member of the
single
crew.
digit now, right?
As you push open the study door, you hear once again the sound of the house settling. And for just a split second, as you gaze into the study, you think you can see the walls of the room pulsating, as if they are breathing. This lasts for only a second, and then the movement stops. But it's just enough.
G.G. Allen show.
But it's just enough to unsettle you.
Well, too bad we can't stay. See ya.
If William Harkin were here.
Yes.
If Big Dave were here.
You head
Smart
into
ones
the
here.
study, and the study appears to be primarily empty. There's an old rug on the floor, but you can barely make out its color in between the water damage and the layer of musk and grime. The bookshelf in the study appears to be empty, and the only thing of note is a small roll-top desk, upon which you see a single book. You pick up the book. The title, according to the front page, is The Missing People, the Tribe That the Jungle Swallowed, by one Thomas Pratt. The book is in poor condition. The binding is cracked. There are odd stains throughout the book, and some pages are loose.
Loose.
You may both attempt English checks to quickly flip through this.
Let's see if my
Sneaking
ability to
suspicion this might be a
bring a
South
fucking sentence
American
together works.
tribe, yes?
Perhaps.
Oh, yay! It's
Ooh,
its
you
own
got it.
language. That's extreme.
Yep.
That's
So
great.
so you're gonna have better comprehension from the book. So you just you sit down in the seat in front of the writing desk and you skim through the book for maybe about half an hour. I'm not reading it in any detail, but just skimming through it enough to gain a basic understanding of what's inside. And this book appears to concern a South American tribe in ancient times whose existence is testified to by various ruins, but of whose demise nothing is known. The book is based on legends of the tribe and archaeological discoveries. The author, Thomas Pratt, makes note of the tribe's religious fervor and conjectures that they may have been wiped out in a civil holy war. Mentions in particular a great dome depicted in carvings and art. He believes that this was an actual stone structure, that it probably still stands, may well house the last secrets of the missing people. I would like both Smithy and M1 to make education checks, please.
How much of it am I going to miss this too? Oh, 56.
Nope. No, mine was 56. Yours is 27.
Yep.
No, yours.
Oh, yep. So,
you gave a second.
No, yours is 27, M1. So, M1, you passed your education check, and as you sort of hover over Joey's shoulder as he skims through the book and regales bits and pieces of what he's reading, the name Thomas Pratt rattles around in your brain as if it's familiar to you, and it takes about 10 minutes, but then it finally clicks. Thomas Pratt is someone who was being courted a while ago to produce a documentary about anthropology, but it ended up falling through, mainly because Thomas Pratt, although at one point in time being a relatively famed anthropologist, has a reputation in recent years of perhaps being on the fringes of his science and a bit of a crackpot. You regale this to Joey.
Sorry, Ro. I shall tell everyone.
Well, no, it's just you and Joey.
Yeah, just you and Joey.
Yeah. At this point, once Joey has finished skimming the book, you hear the sound of footfalls coming to the door, and you emerge from the study to find that the other 3 members of your group have finally come to search the house.
Welcome.
Welcome to the fun house.
Let me guess. Hold on. Don't tell me. Weird shit happened in here the second you started looking around, right?
Well, I'm not going to agree with you because you just said don't tell me, so I tell them everything.
So, you find anything interesting, pray tell?
Oh,
they tell you about the book they found and that the house makes strange noises and that there's something clearly wrong with it.
Mentioned in the book cross-reference with what I found with my counting roll.
You may make an intelligence check.
Oh, that is a extreme pass.
You grab the book off Joey and you cross-reference the location of where this tribe, this Mayan tribe, supposedly lived, and they match. It is an isolated jungle near the southern border of where Mexico joins Peru.
Interesting. So we could surmise that.
Back in a second.
Yep.
So we could surmise that perhaps they brought back with them whatever they found there, or he, I should say, be that only one of them returned. And might be the cause of this consternation at the moment.
I would
Anyway,
like.
I have much work to be done.
Yep. I would like Charlie to please make an intelligence check.
Alright, then. 21, so that's a pass. Actually, wait. How much is my intelligence? 50. That's a hard pass.
Wilbur's theory of perhaps Cornthwaite bringing something back from South America holds weight, but you also distinctly remember that tragedies have occurred within this mansion on a seemingly exact 30-year cycle.
So, pure coincidence or something that sparked off something greater?
Who knows? Who knows?
All right.
Time does funny things with petrol horses.
All right.
30 years
So
old.
I have some construction to do. I'd like to assemble my thing. I'd also like to liberate any fireplace bellows as well to use. So basically, what it is kind of like a use the bellows to create air pressure in a pressure chamber, to which I add a salt charge, and it just basically injects a fine mist of salt. That'll break the skin of a human within 5 meters.
Well, you haven't found any fireplaces yet, so you don't have any bellows. So some exploration of the house may be in order. But just the same, you head into the study and you set up all your equipment.
Mr. Wilbur, have you got any glue or anything that sticks in your possessions?
I have a number of adhesives, yes.
And how much salt do you have, my good sir?
Actually, that's a good idea. Someone should check the kitchen for more salt.
I have a salt shaker's worth, bought and paid for.
Well, I don't suppose... Oh god, I've actually gone in a professor voice.
Hello!
Hello!
I'll give you a measured tablespoon's worth. I measure him out a tablespoon's worth and place it on the thing for him.
Well, if there is enough, I would like to get some of the adhesive and some salt and stick it on Saber.
Very well. I would like you to make a dex check, please.
I might actually check the kitchen while they're doing this thing.
Oh, that is what is my dex at? That is a hard pass.
Yep. So while Christopher and Wilbur get their things set up in the study and apply salt to Christopher's saber, you're going to go check the kitchen, Charlie. Would anyone like to accompany him to the kitchen?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the three of you leave, the other two in the study, and then you head off into the kitchen. As you approach the kitchen, I would like you to make listen checks, please.
Push that.
Ooh, that's
three. That's a pass.
Listen, that's a critical.
Damn.
Or extreme.
I hear everything.
As you make your way down the hall to the kitchen, the only sounds you can hear are Wilbur and Christopher conversing in the study as Wilbur begins to set up his equipment, and then it's interrupted by yet another wooden groan. First coming from the roof above you, and then seemingly spreading to the walls themselves. It ends almost as quickly as it begins, and then you enter the kitchen.
Yeah, I've not put my gun away. That's been on me the entire time.
I would
Why
like
trifle?
the
Tripod.
three of you to make spot hidden checks, please.
Yep.
That is a fail.
That's a fail.
I passed.
That's a pass. Okay, it's okay. Charlie, you enter the kitchen. The other two immediately begin looking around nervously. Perhaps this house has them on edge. And You all see that there is a series of metal canisters on the shelf above the stove, labelled flour, sugar, tea, and coffee. It is obvious from a gap in the line that a canister is missing.
Figures.
There is a door to the cellar. There is a door leading down to the cellar, but when you try to open it, it will not budge, just like the hatch from outside. It is here, Charlie, that you notice a line of white crystals sprinkled along the base of the door. On close inspection, they appear to be salt.
Well, clearly the scene. Our missing friend knew that the salt was good against whatever's going on. Clearly something's wrong in the cellar.
Do either of you have a cult?
That is a question.
Yes, I do.
I can't think of a reason why I would. Nope.
Nope. Make an occult check, please, Smithy.
On Smitho.
You got this.
Nope.
You maybe got this.
Would you like? would you like to push it?
Sure.
You maybe got this.
Better, but still nope.
What's your occult?
25.
Ooh.
I do not have enough luck points to get
Yeah,
there.
no. You have no idea why the salt has been sprinkled in a line underneath the cellar door. Perhaps he was trying to use it to ward off something? Is there anything else? Yeah, you can roll with your base occult, M1, if you want to.
That was basic cult.
5.
Wow. Oh, the hell with it.
Might as well try.
Nope. And on second roll, yeah, nah. For some odd reason, I can't seem to roll beneath 5.
Yep.
Weird that.
Yep. No, it's okay. None of you. Is there anything else you'd like to do in the kitchen? There is a pantry as well.
Can I look for a gun?
There's probably not going to be one. There's probably not going to be one here in the
knife.
kitchen.
Be a knife.
Yes, I would like you to make a spot hidden check, please, M1.
You open a drawer.
Actually, make a luck check. Sorry, not a spot hidden check.
Alrighty. Of course. No.
Yep. You head over to the drawers and you pull them open, but someone's liberated all the cutlery.
God, I don't make a cup of coffee. Bullshit.
Is there anything else you guys would like to do in the kitchen?
No, I think Faye hates me.
Safe.
Oh, you and me both.
Yep.
I think he hates M1 more.
All right. So who's opening the pantry? Who's opening the pantry door?
Oh, boy.
All right.
I've got a tripod.
Hold up. You raise your tripod like it's a club, and then you cross to the pantry
It's an
door.
enchanted tripod.
You cross to the
Bludgeoning damage.
pantry door and you push it open. I would like you to immediately make a Constitution check.
Oh, this would be great. I'm gonna.
Is it all of us?
shoelaces.
Just him for now.
Oh,
Nice.
There you go.
Now the other two of you make it with advantage, please.
yeah.
Because you didn't open the door, he did, and he stepped inside.
You
let's see.
stepped in the door.
That's a
Who
hard
does
pass
that,
for you,
who does
surely.
say that like?
Oh my goodness.
You won the internet, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Terrible.
clearly, I was going to say the smell reverberates through your whole wounds you throw up.
As he pushes the pantry door open, a terrible rotting smell emanates from beyond. Joey immediately buckles over and vomits onto the dusty, water-damaged floor. You have a level of exhaustion, Joey.
Oh no.
Well, awesome.
As you feel nauseous from the smell. The pantry appears to be empty, save for a small icebox in the back. Upon close examination of the icebox, you find that it is filled with moldy, rotting meat.
Damn.
All right, that's your search of the kitchen completed. Wilbur and Christopher, you finished setting up your stuff in the study, but without any fireplace bellows, you won't be able to complete your construction. So,
In a pinch, I can also liberate a tire from one of the cars and use the air pressure from that.
yes, but that is a last resort because you don't fancy making your way back down through that garden alone, probably.
Was I able to successful assault?
Yes, you were.
Oh.
But there's definitely going to be a fireplace in a house like this. And so,
can I have a look around the room to see if there's any
in the study?
Yeah.
Make a luck check, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, we're being raided!
Oh, hallelujah.
Oh, nice.
We're being raided by Tales of Pesh with a party of 10. Welcome, my friends.
Welcome, Tales of Pesh.
And yes, this time I actually fixed the alert so it actually went off. But welcome to Call of Cthulhu, the first episode of the new campaign.
Make a luck check, please.
I can do that.
Let's see.
That is a pass.
You look around and you push past Wilbur, who's setting up his microscope and everything, and look at the writing desk, and in one of the drawers you see an iron letter opener.
Just to pocket that.
Yep. Is there anything else you're doing in the study, Wilbur, before you guys search a room?
I'd like to examine the documents.
Yes. Which documents, sorry?
Well, it's a study, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah, all right. Make a library use check, please.
That's a pass.
So the study, despite the state that it's in, water damaged, dusty, it appears that it wasn't used very much by Mr. Cornthwaite, as most of the papers you find scattered around the writing desk are blank. However, you do find a piece of paper folded up, wedged in a compartment containing other stationery, and you grab it and you unfold it, and it appears to be a letter from the local librarian thanking Mr. Cornthwaite for donating some of his personal collection to the library. What follows is a list of the books that he has donated. Many of them appear to be books centered on archaeology and anthropology. Make an education check, please.
That's a hard pass.
Based on the titles of the books and a couple of authors that you've read in the past, it appears that in addition to being books about anthropology and archaeology, these books in particular that he donated were about the South American continent. For whatever reason, he has... Yes.
I was going to say, so I suppose that's a point in favor of the idea that
he brought something back with him. Yes.
Yep.
After all, he felt the need to get rid of all his books on the topic. So, which room would you like to search on the first floor? We can do a proper search of the dining room. There's a storage room and a library.
Is there a living area?
Yes, there is a parlor.
No, I'll take the storage area.
I'll have a look at the living area. Again,
I'll
looking for
go-
bellows to complete my design.
Yep.
I'll go to the living area and just sort of take a seat.
I'll go to the...
Yep.
Actually, I'll go to... Oh, and make... Johnny, it's okay. Wait, Johnny? Yeah, Joey.
make sure.
Joey's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Joey,
Okay.
Johnny, it's all the same.
Okay, so and Walter Dinzo will go along with you to the living area. So you decide to head into the first floor parlor. The three of you meet up outside the door, and then Christopher places his hand on the doorknob and pushes it open. Once again, your ears are filled with that strange wood house settling groan as if the house itself is welcoming you to the parlor. Inside the room, comfy chairs wait patiently for absent guests. This would have been a nice place to sit once. As it is now, the chairs, the sofas, which were once vibrant velvet colour with high-quality upholstery, are covered in dust, plaster, and water damage. There's a glass coffee table covered in cracks and bits of moisture, and a fireplace. Notably, hanging above the fireplace is a hunting shotgun.
Ooh, wonderful.
Well,
I'll liberate it.
Very well. You cross over to the fireplace and you see that the shotgun has been screwed into place.
No effort for me.
I was just going to hand you that knife.
A screwdriver and unscrew it.
Well, here's the letter opener. Make a mechanical repair check, please.
Another thing I'm very good at.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't know you had a screwdriver, so yeah.
You grab your screwdriver and you unscrew the shotgun as Waldo Dinzo looks on. Christopher surveys the room and Joey just basically slumps down on one of the soiled chairs and places his face in his hands.
I notice Joey is in a bit of distress, so I pull out my special whiskey.
Joey, do you take a sip of the whiskey that Christopher offers you?
I do. Anything to get the taste of the vomit out.
Yep. You take a sip of the whiskey and it calms you down somewhat. Make a power check, please.
A power check? Oh, no.
This is why I don't dump power, kids.
Nope.
Yeah, it doesn't make you feel any better, but it does warm you up. If anything, it makes you feel slightly worse. So you're not going to get worse, but you aren't going to gain any sanity either. You feel your stomach churning as you try to force the whiskey down.
It's staying down.
Yeah.
Nope, no, it's not.
The grapes off. The grapes off.
Nope.
Meanwhile, Wilbur, you identify the shotgun as a 12-gauge hunting shotgun, and it is even loaded with a single shell currently.
Oh,
wonderful.
Huzzah.
So who's going to have that?
I take my prize.
Yes, you take your prize. Well, yep. I would also like you to make a luck check now, please.
No.
Nope.
You take a look at the fireplace, and it appears somebody has removed the bellows. Either that or they have just broken off in disrepair.
Well, dang.
Shame. Okay. I'll check
There
to see
are
if the library has a fireplace.
Let's just say, there's them.
All right. You make your way into the library, and as you push open the door to the library, I would like check, please.
A what check?
Sanity check.
Oh no.
Who done?
Us.
Leaving the others in the living room, you grab the shotgun and cock it, and you walk into the library. As you push open the once ornate wooden double doors into the library, you see
my shotgun.
Yep. And did you pass or fail your sanity?
Pass.
Pass. You push open the door, and almost immediately you see the walls of the library sag and retract as if they're breathing, and then a bulge begins to move underneath the wallpaper, burrowing underneath. It reaches the corner of the roof and then shoots up into the it reaches the corner of the room and then shoots up the side of the wall into the roof and is gone.
Okay.
You lose 1d3 san loss, please.
Are you sure we're not playing D&D? This house just sounds like a massive...
We'll see.
2.
You look around the library The library is full of books exploring in archaeology, history, anthropology, and more. There are many shelves, though, and based on the document you found, this is probably the books in Cornthwaite's collection that were about the South American continent that have been removed for whatever reason.
Wonderful.
I would like to make a spot hidden roll, please.
That's a pass.
You look around and you cannot see a fireplace in here. As you're just briefly examining the books to see what they're all about, you see an oddly bulging knothole in the wood paneling behind one of the bookshelves that's been pushed slightly askew.
Cool. I'll nudge it with my gun.
Yep. Press the knothole at the edge of
Dale,
your gun.
hold up a sec.
Yep.
Ivy in chat says you're breaking up.
Oh, sorry, Ivy. Yeah. You press the tip of your gun against the knothole, and you hear the creaking of wood as it breaks away and you pry it open. And you can see what appears to be a yellowed shred of paper inserted inside.
I'll take the piece of paper.
Make a hard dex check, please.
That's a pass.
You sort of shimmy in behind the shelf and reach in one hand into the knothole and grab the piece of paper, pull it out, and then you unfurl it. The paper is covered on both sides with closely packed scroll. It's almost completely illegible and is complete nonsense, just random letters and words mashed together. It has aged badly, and you cannot glean. You might not make an own language check, please. Actually, a hard one.
That's a foul. That's hard.
Yeah, it is aged badly, and it's almost illegible, except for the signature at the bottom with the initials AC.
Ah.
Make a psychology roll, please.
Nope.
Yep. All you can tell is whoever wrote this was either trying to be
avant-garde,
misleading, or either coded. It's either written in code, or the person was suffering an extreme emotional imbalance when writing this. And aside from that, the only other things of note in the room is a couple patches of mold and moisture among the bookshelves, and water damage present on the walls and ceiling, just like in all the other rooms. Meanwhile, Charlie is entering the storeroom. Charlie, do you have your gun drawn?
Yeah, I have not put that thing down since we found the shed.
Yep. With your gun drawn, you push open the door to the storeroom. The inside is filled with junk, boxes, barrels, crates, and so on. A large area of mold and moisture can be seen pooling in the very center of the floor. What would you like to do?
I suppose I could look around and see if there's anything. I'm guessing there's definitely not going to be any salt in here at all. Otherwise, I could always look for.
You can
just look around and see if there's anything I could find that could be of any use.
Yep. Make a spot hidden check, please.
That's a 9.
You look around through the crates, a lot of, and pull open some lids, take a look inside. A lot of it appears to be stuff that's not going to be useful to you. Soiled bedding, spare bits, upholstery, miscellaneous household tools, some non-perishable canned foods and other things like that. However, in amongst one of the crates, you do see something that perhaps might be of use to Wilbur, a bicycle pump.
Did say he was looking for a pump of some sort. Suppose couldn't hurt to give it to him.
And now, as you leave the room, I would like you to please, as you walk through the room, there's a terrible grunt of shifting wood that fills your ears, and you think you feel the room shake beneath your feet. And then, as you step over the patch of moisture, there's a crack as the floorboards break underneath you. Make a jump check, please.
Jump check.
What's funny is my character actually has jump.
I'm trying to see if I even have jump. Oh shit, that's good. I don't.
Because I rationalized it, he's probably trained himself to jump away from his inventions at a moment.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Also, hence why I have a 70-something in dodge.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm going ride.
You open your mouth and in spite of yourself, you scream. You try to grab anything, but you're unable to. And you tumble
some would
down.
call it a scream. I would call it more of a just very loud grunt.
And you tumble. You tumble down into the. You tumble down through the broken floorboards into the darkness below. You take 6 points of damage from the fall. Make a Constitution save, please.
God damn. That's a pass.
You hit the ground and you hear your ankle bones snap as pain shoots through your body. You are surrounded in darkness. Make a spin check, please.
Oh shit.
That's just a pass.
You just a pass. That's 1 SAN loss, please. And in the darkness, as you grunt in pain and try to have your eyes adjust to the darkness, you hear something terrible moving in the room with you. Something slobbering, something slimy, drawing closer. And then, as you raise your gun, ready to fire, the noise subsides. You blink a few times and eventually manage to get used to the darkness, and you find yourself in the cellar underneath the house.
You're breaking up a bit there, buddy.
Yep, sorry. As the noise subsides and you take a sigh of relief, your eyes begin to adjust to the darkness, and you find yourself in the cellar underneath the kitchen. This appears to be a food storage cellar. It's a wide open area, taken up with racks containing perishable foods, bottles of wine, and other victuals. To the left is a wooden door leading further into the cellar, perhaps the portion of it that leads outside to the grounds. But directly in front of you is the staircase leading up into the kitchen.
Come to Henrietta's food cellar!
I was going to say, I'm thinking 2 things. One, I believe it's time to get out of the cellar. I don't think I'm going to find anything here in my condition at the moment. And 2, I'd like to roll my particularly unique
internal monologue.
Yep.
Yep.
If there was ever a
go ahead and
Go
ahead and roll internal monologue.
It says
that's a 15. I suppose I better make this good then.
All right. Yep. Make an internal monologue.
Just as I sort of start limping towards the staircase, going, another fine mess to fall into. shifty lawyers, tight-lipped sheriffs, a house and yard that seems to want us all dead. And I just happen to fall headfirst into something that I do not wish to be a part of. What a day.
Then when you reach the staircase, you lean on it for a moment and light up a cigarette and just take a drag from it. You may regain the sanity from your check.
Solid 8 out of 10 private eye monologue there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was thinking I could maybe push it to 9 if I mentioned the particularly scumbag film director that's thieving, but we'll get to
And then just like gone on to some random monologue about like pedophilia in Hollywood.
Yeah, just
Hey, it's
the
okay.
underbelly of a shiny city.
You're starting to realize that you don't particularly care if he owns this house or not. No one's dead yet, M1. Make a spot.
I love
hidden
it
check
yet.
as
I
you
was gonna
leave.
say how much actually no, I got written.
Yeah, written
So
down.
that was a hard pass, so 1d3 is better than nothing.
Yep, it sure is.
1's better than nothing.
Oh, M2 took a fall and may have died, but he's fine now.
Yeah. And you said spot hidden?
Yep, make a spot hidden check as you make your way out of the cellar.
Let me just push that. That's just a pass.
As you make your way through the cellar, you notice that all of the perishable foodstuffs are covered in mold and have strange moisture dripping off them. The cellar is oddly cold and damp, and as you make your way past the wooden door leading further in, you think you see something bubbling underneath.
Yeah, that looks like something for later, maybe not now.
You make your way up the stairs and you come to the door leading into the kitchen, and even though it was locked when you came here last, you grab the doorknob and turn it, and the door opens with no trouble. As you exit, you notice that there is no catch or keyhole on the door. There is no way for it to be locked. You wonder why it wouldn't open previously.
Fair enough. I'll make a mental note of that to tell the others, but I will be closing that son of a bitch behind me and making sure the I gently open the door to try not to disturb the salt, and then once I've closed it, I'll gently push the salt back up against the door, just for safekeeping.
Just for safekeeping. And then making sure the hard-won bicycle pump is still in your hands, you limp to the lounge room where everyone else is
for like
waiting.
10 minutes, all of a sudden you guys see me limp back in with a fucking sprained ankle, slightly dusted up and bloody.
The door to the lounge room opens, and in comes Charlie. He's limping and he's covered in dirt, and his left pant leg has splotches of blood on it. He crosses over to the coffee table next to Wilbur and throws the bicycle pump onto the glass table and says, "I hope this was fucking worth it."
By Neptune's beard, are you okay, laddie?
I was gonna say, basically just limp over to the couch, light up a cigarette, look at the captain and go, "I suppose you still got that flask on you."
Aye, for you, of course.
I quickly
I look and go, right now. I was gonna say, just point down the ankle going, I don't suppose anyone knows how to fix injuries. Oh yeah, by the way, the cellar is more fucked than the rest of this house. There's something down there, and that door to the cellar should not be locked.
And you still haven't done the second floor.
Yeah,
God.
I won't be doing the second floor. I'm temporarily out of movement, so give me a swig of whiskey and somebody reset my fucking ankle.
Well,
so he hands you the flask of whiskey.
I've used my health.
Would someone else like to apply first aid? Or attempt to, in either case.
Is there a bicycle that accompanied that pump?
No, it was just a bicycle pump.
Damn. There's no bicycle wheels down there?
Smithy, want to
try
first aid on...
First aid?
Try my luck, shall
Oh, dear
I?
God.
Yeah, we shall see.
What was that, Liam?
I was just saying, I was
Nope.
seeing if Smithy could try to do first aid.
Would you
Nope.
like to push that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Ooh,
nice.
and one did it.
Never mind, I'll take my hands off.
Waldo Dinzo crosses over to you, and while you take a sip from the flask of whiskey, he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a tiny first aid kit, and he begins to wrap a bandage around your ankle while Christopher puts his blackjack in your mouth and then violently kicks your ankle. You hear the snap back into place, and you regain 1 hit point, and your major wound is treated.
Better than a kick in the pants.
Yeah, well, it's not exactly a hospital. I'll take what I can get.
Wilbur, can you use the bicycle pump?
Yes. I can use it in place of the bellows. Will serve much the
Yes.
same purpose.
Yep.
In
You
fact,
grab
it'll turn my salt gun into a pump action salt
Oh
gun.
my!
Oh, very nice.
And so while everyone is while
Pump.
Charlie's wound is being attended to, and while Joey just sort of sits there on the couch still looking pale, ghostly pale, you sit there and you start putting together your pump action salt gun, and within 10 minutes you have finished it. You hold it up triumphantly.
Da-da-da-da.
You see, just me like take the cap off the salt canister and chamber it into like a cutaway I've put in with a slide bolt.
And you've still got the shotgun, so
Yes.
I would like you.
on it to undersling it from the shotgun.
Yes. Okay, so you've dismantled. You've cannibalized the shotgun to make a salt gun. Yes. Very well then.
It's a salt
No,
weapon.
no, underslinging it.
Oh yeah,
So-
understand. Yeah.
So basically,
Yeah.
I've got
You got
like
shotgun under your shoulder and salt gun over your shoulder.
Yeah, well, it's sort of no. So it sort of sits under the barrel.
Ah, right. Yes.
He has an
Okay.
assault
I've
vest.
got like 2 triggers. One activates the shotgun, the other one activates the salt gun.
Okay, that looks like it'll work well. I would like all of you to please make listen checks.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, so here, 40, I'll take that.
Can I push that?
That
yes,
is a
you
pass.
can.
That's a fail.
That is a.
That's worse.
You said they're both. That is just on a pass. Thank fuck.
Okay. First of all, you notice that outside the mansion it has started to grow dark. The little clock on the mantelpiece above the fireplace tells you through its dirty glass face that it is just shy of 7 p.m. now. You're sitting there deciding what to do, and then you hear footsteps on the patio outside the front door. What do you do?
Again, gun.
That door.
Oh, I'm still on the couch, but I've got a gun out anyway.
I level my assault shotgun at
He has an assault weapon.
It's assault and battery, damn it.
Suddenly, yep,
I was just about to say is that door still locked.
the front door, you've shut it. You haven't locked it.
By the way, if my character survives, I'm keeping
Yeah.
the shotgun and I'm going to continue to add attachments to it.
Hey, you want to go friggin' Dead Rising on us? Please, by all means.
all of a sudden
Please,
it
go ahead.
shoots grenades that
The
explode
son of a
with
bitch is
salt.
going straight full out on us.
As you decide what to do, you are interrupted and startled by a series of heavy knocks on the front door. Bang, 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 bang! With each knock, the house itself appears to shake, and you see little bits of plaster drop from the roof.
Who's there?
Hello.
I
Kingfish.
hate this place.
Your greeting is returned with several more knocks.
Several more knocks. Who?
It's just me lying on the couch going, "This is so not worth $70."
I take this moment just look at Waldo and we go like, yeah, this is probably something a little bit better than your tripod, and I toss him the eye and let it open.
That's better than nothing.
I slowly pull out the Luger.
Yep. For the third time, there is a series of loud knocks on the door, this time accompanied by a male voice shouting, "Anyone home?"
Okay, now we
I
might want
gesture
to
one of the
actually
others
answer.
to like open the door while I just like keep the shotgun trained on it.
Well, somebody else can go do it because I'm still recovering from.
Oh, I
Spray
don't
that.
No, we're
think
not
we
going to make the cripple do it.
I don't think we should
Um,
open it and it's like
Well, at least call out.
yeah.
Yeah.
we-
Well, why don't you talky people go talk to him?
All right.
Yeah.
What do you? You head out into the entrance hall. You stand in front of the door.
And don't tell him that all of us are there.
Yeah.
Wait, so who's going in to talk to
However-
him?
So who's going to do it? Who's going to go out into the
Um,
entrance hall and talk to him?
Also, cuz, I'm going to over engineer this shotgun like you and me over engineer a table.
I think me followed by Walter sort of hiding behind the doorway just with the shotgun ready.
Yep. Yep. You and Wilbur, accompanied by Waldo Dinzo, as he's the only other unhurt person, leave the lounge room and you creep down the entrance hall towards the front door. And just as you're about, you raise your hands and point where you want each other to hide. And then just as you're about to move into your positions, you hear a gust of wind rattle against the house. And then the front door bursts open. Framed against the grey sky outside, you see the silhouette of a tall figure holding a hatchet in his right hand.
Oh shit!
Oh wait, who did you say it was?
It's a tall figure with a.
Oh,
hatchet,
just a tall
you know,
figure.
like
Okay,
the
yep.
one-
Yes.
Yeah, you know, very much like the one that.
I see a potential weapon.
Death.
Maybe.
That's a potential weapon.
Yes.
I need something better than my twig.
So is he
Well-
bearing down on us?
No, he's just holding the hatchet. He's just
One
got
of
it-
him,
hold-
5 of us. Casey.
Well,
I've got a finger firmly on the trigger of this thing.
Yep.
Ahoy there! Who be thee?
The figure lowers the hatchet and he says, "It's okay, look, it's just me, Joel Varelli. I'm a reporter from the Gamwell Gazette."
With the hatchet.
He steps. Do you allow him to step into the entrance hall?
Yes.
I look at Waldo's going. Have you talked to this guy before?
He didn't.
We never talked to him personally, but we do know he works for the newspaper. Guy said he was out gathering information on a story, but obviously Waldo
Yeah,
will tell
I'm
you that.
more. I'm more worried about the fact that he just walked in here with the, with a hatchet. You don't really carry that around with.
Yeah, it's.
What are you doing there with that hatchet? Hatchet.
That's right.
He shrugs and he says, "What, this?" And then he drops it on the floor with a loud clatter. He says, "I found it in some underbrush as I was coming up the driveway. I thought it might be important to y'all."
Ain't that
I'll admit
convenient?
Well, hang on. But the door was locked. How did you get in here?
He says, "I was knocking on the door, and before I had a chance to knock again, the wind blew it open."
I turn around to the rest of the group and I say, "This guy's full of shit."
You really think that?
He shrugs
Something's
and then
not
he
adding up.
He shrugs and he looks at you as if asking silently if he's allowed to step in from the rain.
Does anyone have psychoanalysis?
Or psychology.
Yeah.
You can make a psychology roll if you like.
I have a 30 in psychology. I'm just not in the room.
Oh,
so
yeah.
bring him in.
Yeah, I got a 35, but yeah.
Oh, you're not in
same.
the room. Like,
No, neither of
just
us
roll
are,
in
so
your-
you'd have to bring him in regardless.
I'm going to try a
Rather than
charm
have it.
check before I try intimidation.
Alright, go ahead.
Oh, that's an 8.
What do you say to him?
Just sorry. The black mold of the
charming.
the black mold of the house is getting to me.
I was gonna say, yeah, charming.
We weren't aware that anyone was meant to come here. We were told we were going to be here all alone, investigating my good friend here who's gone missing. So, before we let you in, can you explain to me what you're doing here?
Material and the editor, Mr. Stan, he told me that one of you folk had come down, spoken to him, and that you were planning to head up to Fitzgerald Manor. He sounded a little bit worried, suggested I come and see what's going on, and also he said that he smelled a story brewing, and he wanted his star reporter there to sniff down the trail, so to speak. As if to further convince you that he's friendly, he reaches up and tips the trilby hat that he's wearing in your direction.
I immediately drop my arm to tripod.
What?
He looks as...
I have an arm to tripod.
Yeah,
He
he taped
tied the
letter.
letter opener to the end of the
Okay.
end of the tripod.
Made a spear out of it.
Yeah.
He looks around and he steps into the entrance hall and he notices that you're all brandishing weapons, and a look of concern comes onto his face and he says, "Geez, well, I nearly walked into some welcome, hey?"
Yeah, that's right, mate. Nearly became like a tripod shish kebab.
Well, let's just say this house is a few waves short of a shipwreck.
He says, "Yeah, well, everyone in town knows the stories. Of course, you don't really believe that stuff."
What I've seen,
Yes,
That's
you want-
not what we're getting paid for.
what I've seen today,
Yes.
I'm willing to believe anything.
So are you guys bring him in, or what's
Yeah,
happening?
you're gonna bring him into the lounge room?
Yeah.
Some of
I'll
us might
bring
be
him
able to
in.
talk
Yeah.
a little bit. Of course,
The
yeah.
others
Obviously, I have to
return to
explain
the-
he's still friendly because I've got a gun out. And
The others
trained on.
return to the lounge room and they bring with them a man wearing a brown raincoat, wearing a trilby hat with a press pass inserted in it. As he enters the room and sees you and Joey lying down, variously wounded and sickened, he whistles out loud and he says, "Wow." He says, "Old buildings really done a number on you."
And who is this exactly? Friend of yours?
He steps forward and he holds out his hand and he says, "Please, I'm Joel Virilli. I work for the Gazette. You
Yeah,
spoke
your
to my
boss.
editor?"
Yeah, your boss mentioned you're out and about somewhere.
He moves to one of the soiled couches and he goes to sit down on it, and then he notices it's covered in gunk and dust, and he sort of shudders and he remains standing up. He leans against the fireplace and lights a cigarette, and he takes a drag and he says, "So, obviously some stories brewing here. You mind telling me what's going on? Maybe I can help."
How good's your stomach?
I was gonna say, in a word, something evil. Something not right with this house. Why exactly did you show up here in the middle of the night? Where were you before this?
He says, "Middle of the night, it's 7:30. I thought you'd still be up." And
It's been a
well, I
long
was-
day. It's been a long day. Indulge me, smartass.
he says, "Well, look, I thought something might be going on with Mr. Cornthwaite, so I've been out all day interviewing people, trying to piece together his last movements. My editor explained that you'd come asking after same, and so I thought we'd link up. He shrugs and takes another.
What do you have so far?
He says, well, neighbors all say, been a week since they saw him, that he's usually a nice enough fellow, but he was under the weather lately. Man who lives up yonder, he points in a general direction, said he spoke to him a week ago, and apparently Mr. Cornthwaite said he was dealing with some sort of illness. He'd been under the weather ever since he got back from South America.
So everyone keeps saying, look, a lot of things don't happen about this place. Guy's been gone for a week, yet this place looks like it hasn't been tended to in months. There's salt scattered around the house, which is preventing God only wants to know what the fuck's going on in the basement. And according to the stories from going through your old archives, or I call them archives anyway, this place tends to have some sort of violent murder happen every 30 years, which just coincides with this particular year by just pure fucking luck.
He whistles again. He says, well, where there's a story, there's got to be a reasonable answer, right? I mean, from the sound, you've already searched this floor, but you got the second floor, right?
Yeah, well, I got a pretty nice first-class view of the basement. As far as I've gone so far.
He looks at you expectantly.
In what manner expectantly? Do you want me to explain what's down there?
He says, and basement, creepy house, creepy basement.
Creepy. I was going to say creepy in the fact that there's something down there. I don't know what exactly it is, but it was there, then it wasn't. Whatever it is seems to be constantly moving about the house. We can't see it, and don't notice it, but it seems to be particularly interested in keeping us out.
He shrugs and he pats the camera that he's wearing around his neck and he says, well, I say we start with the second floor, leave the basement for last. He says, this is an opportunity we can't pass up. Something's going on here. We got to document it and put a stop to it. Don't you agree? He looks at Waldo Dinzo and he says, you there, you got a camera tripod. Surely you feel that thirst for knowledge, the hunt for truth, right?
It's not a tripod, buddy. It's a weaponized mechanical system.
It's a tripod, seriously. Just get on.
With a knife on the end of it.
So it's a tripod and some duct tape. Congratulations.
No, it is a weapon.
The first step
far more superior than your ordinary tripod. And I stare at the window, pondering.
Yes, Wilbur?
Oh, I said, there's the duct tape and knives. The first steps on the path to invention.
Did you ever tell the others about the note you found in the library?
I didn't, but I will take this moment to do so.
I would like Charlie to make an intelligence check, please.
It's 20. Yeah, that's just a regular pass.
The only part of it that rings a bell for you is that he describes that the note was signed AC. This could refer to Arthur Cornthwaite or Al Kerwin.
Well, judging by the age of this, I'd say it definitely wasn't Mr. Cornthwaite, but rather the previous owner of this house, Al Corwin, who mysteriously disappeared after the murder of his entire family 30 years ago.
That's right. Okay, so when you head up to the second floor, I will warn you that you are entering the climax of the episode.
Sounds about right.
Is anything you would like to do beforehand?
Was the kitchen search for salt?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
There was no salt there.
We've been everywhere.
Yes,
whether you liked it or not.
Yep, you've thoroughly searched the first floor. All right.
I guess we're going upstairs.
Unless you want to head to the basement, you can go ahead. There may be chains somewhere upstairs, M1. But
I feel kind of odd that a film director seems to want to weaponize a tripod so
I know. I know.
This seems oddly out of character, but who am I to judge?
So you sit up and you brush muck and you hold your aching limbs and prepare yourselves for the journey upstairs, the search of the second floor. Get out to the entrance hall and you see the staircase, and then you all exchange looks, and then you make your way up the staircase to the second floor. The second floor is a bit smaller than the first floor. We have a master bedroom, a bathroom, a trophy room, and a guest bedroom that you can examine.
I want to have a look at the guest bedroom first.
Right, and are you going as a group, or are you splitting up and taking separate rooms?
I think there should at least be someone with me.
I'll go with him.
Yep.
All right. There are 2 guest bedrooms on this floor. So, you can search the left guest bedroom or the right guest bedroom.
Right foot forward.
All right.
Hit
Into
the
the
starboard.
right. Yep. So, Christopher and Charlie, both with weapons drawn, push open the door on the right into one of the guest bedrooms, accompanied behind you by the eager journalist, Joe Verrilli, who is holding his camera to his face, documenting everything. Okay. Let's see. In the right guest bedroom, the room appears to be relatively non-notable, using quite some time, and it's in the same state of disrepair as everywhere else in the house. The bed is covered in dust and plaster, and there's moisture and water damage everywhere. I would like you both to make spot hidden checks.
Is that my cup of tea?
Oh, that's a pass.
You have to push that. There we go, there's a pass.
As you're about to leave, knowing that this room is empty, you see tiny black handprints dot the floor. They lead from one of the windows, where you see a tiny bit of broken glass and the wooden board flapping in the wind outside, and leads underneath the bed.
Suppose we're gonna have to check underneath it. I'm not particularly thrilled on the idea, but
Okay, can I do a listen to see if I hear any scurrying or...
Yes, go ahead.
That's an 8.
well, there
You
go.
hear coming from under the bed a furtive scratching sound, as if something is scratching at the wooden floor.
Okay, can you repeat that? You keep breaking coming in.
You hear a furtive scratching sound, as if something is scratching against the floorboards under the bed.
Journalist, I don't suppose you got a flashlight with you?
He says, you look under the bed, I'll flash the camera. That's all I can do.
Not getting anywhere by sitting here and doing nothing.
Yeah, okay, so I'm
not gonna go right up next to the bed, but I will sort of squat down from where I am in the doorway.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing as well.
Sure as hell not sticking my head door that.
So I guess we're both looking underneath the bed at like a reasonable distance.
Yes. Yeah. All right. You lean down and take a look under the bed, and as you do, Joe Verrilli flashes his camera. I would like both of you to make sand checks, please.
And here we go.
Oh, that is a pass.
Hey! Pass for me too.
Okay, you both pass. You lose no
Oh,
sound.
fantastic!
Underneath the bed is a horrific black beast, 2 feet long with red-rimmed eyes and human-like hands.
Oh, my god.
Is this similar to the thing I saw in the basement, or is this smaller?
This is smaller.
Okay.
So it's not doing anything.
It's just sitting there, and it seems to be making a snarling noise.
What? Fuck.
Shoot
Would
it?
you like to get in for a... If you want, you can shoot it. Who's got a... Would you like to try and shoot it, Charlie?
Because I only have my saber and blackjack, so the best I could do is just wave the saber under the bed.
Just poke.
Stab, jab, jab, jab.
You know what? This is probably a bad idea, but yeah, I'm gonna go shoot it.
All right, make a firearms check, please.
That's 26. That's a hard pass.
Oh, nice.
All right, roll your damage, please.
Did I double it for a hard pass?
Yes, go ahead.
What's that? It's gonna be 6 damage.
6, okay.
Ah.
You lean underneath the bed, you aim your gun, and bang! You fire. You hear a sickening splat and some sort of squeaking death noise.
Oh.
The squeaking sound stops.
I don't know what the fuck that thing was, but I'm through being nice with this place.
Alright, so...
Would you like to use one of your cigarette matches to get a good look at it?
Might as well.
You strike a match and you look under the bed. Lying under the bed, its skull by your bullet is a large raccoon.
Oh no, you just killed a raccoon.
I shot a raccoon.
God damn it.
This house is getting to you.
Clearly.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, poor little trash
I
panda.
wasted a bullet and a hard
didn't have to be like
firearms check on a goddamn
My
raccoon.
furry friend was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, pretty much. Just yeah.
You would you like to check the other guest bedroom?
You know, I kind of should have suspected something because it was 0 sand loss.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't stop me from. You suggested I shoot the damn thing.
I did.
Would you like to search the other room?
There's nothing else to look for in the other.
Nope. This room appears to have been disused.
And pretty much just go. God damn it.
Pushed open the door into the other guest room. This guest bedroom is almost as bare as the other one. It appears to have been unused, same state of disrepair. The only thing different is that instead of a window, there is a fireplace on the wall opposite to the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Fireplace.
So,
Bed,
I would like you both to make spot hidden checks, please.
let's see if we can't find ourselves another goddamn raccoon.
Can I push that?
You can push it.
Oh, yeah, that's a 1.
You're about to leave this room as well, and then you notice something, that the fireplace doesn't actually appear to lead into a chimney. You peek into the fireplace and you find where the chimney would be has just been bricked up, and indeed there does not appear to be any ash or anything else indicating that a fire was actually lit here.
Oh.
Closely, you see several scratches on the wood floor on the side of the fireplace, as if it can be pushed aside.
We can either try to push this or look in.
Yep.
I would personally, I would like to do the master bedroom.
All right.
I'm
Well-
kind of curious about the door. Well, about what could be behind the fireplace anyway. I assume it's a secret door.
Yep. Or some hidey hole.
Yeah. Well, we can do that first.
All right. I would like you both to make strength checks, please.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, what is my... Can I push that?
Yes.
Sorry,
Go
I dropped out
ahead.
for a sec there.
Yep. You need a strength check.
That's a 9.
And that's
9.
22, so it's a hard pass
Okay.
for him.
The two of you working together push against the fireplace while Joe Varilli stands there watching you and taking photos. You push aside the fireplace, and on the other side is a small crawl space, just barely big enough for you to fit.
Oh, of course. Crawl.
Well, listen, I'm doing pretty good for a guy on just one good ankle at the moment.
Yeah.
No one's gonna enter.
You know what? Against my better judgment, I am.
You tell everyone to wait behind, and then you get down on your hands and knees and begin to crawl into the crawl space, into the darkness.
So sorry, Raccoon. Jesus.
You crawl for several. You crawl forward for several meters, and then your knee brushes against something, and beside you, you hear the scraping of stone as the fireplace door slides shut.
Oh shit.
Trapping you in the crawl space. You continue moving forwards, and eventually the crawl space comes out in a very small, square-shaped bare room. The room is completely empty, saved for, in the corner, the pitiful remains of a man. The corpse has no toes nor fingers on the left hand. An old axe lies in the corner, and the dents in the wall signify his attempts to use it to get out. Sanity check, please.
Oh dear.
Okay.
That's a pass.
I definitely went with him, didn't I?
Yep. That's a pass. That's still one san loss.
Yep.
Yeah, I scraped by, so yeah, there goes that one. There goes the set I picked back up.
You notice that the corpse is wearing some sort of old workman's uniform. The only thing you can make out is the name tag sewn into the breast, Al Kerwin.
Mystery man at last.
Appears he crawled in. So you're both in there.
Yeah, I figure if he's going inside.
Yep. So you are both trapped inside of the. You are both trapped inside of the monk hole, and your heart sinks as you realize that you've fallen into the same trap that befell Mr. Kerwin.
Can I use spot hidden to see if I notice anything else about the room, especially considering a way out?
Yep, I would. You can make a spot hidden check, please.
Yep, that's passed. 47.
Regular pass or hard?
Can I push for a hard pass?
Oh, we'll wait and see. You look around and you see that all of the walls are bare, just made out of bricks. There does not appear to be any way out of this room, and you cannot open the secret door from this side. You realize you are trapped, just like Mr. Kerwin. I would like you both to lose 1d3 san.
That's a 1.
Meanwhile, Joe Varilli is on the other side of the secret door, and you can see it rumbling a little bit as he tries to push it, but on his own, he can make no leeway.
Let me push from our end.
You could try. Or Christopher, make a spot hidden check, please.
Shit.
That is a 20. That's a pass. Just not.
That's a 20. All right. So that's 2 passes. You decide you're going to try and help Joe Varilli push the door out of the. Yes.
Can I pick up the axe first?
Yeah, sure.
And just
Pick up the
examine
axe.
it. Is it rusted or normal?
Yeah, it's rusted. It's quite
it's been
old.
there for like 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah. You decide you're going to try to push the door open from this side, and just as you're about to enter the crawl space, you catch something in the corner of your eye, and you look directly up, and then you see it etched into the bricks above you. A trap door. A way out.
How high above is it?
It was high enough that Mr. Kerwin wasn't able to reach it on his own. The two of you together might be able to, though.
I suggest you hold me up so I can try and get out, because I'm definitely not going to be able to support your weight.
Yeah, that's...
Are you calling me fat? What's your size and
No,
strength?
I'm saying I have a fucking recently
yeah,
healed
it's gonna
goddamn
be...
ankle.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's gonna be size and strength. So what is your size, M2?
God, where's size at?
Beneath con.
60.
Okay,
big
so
man.
Yeah, mine's 75.
Okay, so you're gonna need to do a strength check that's under 40.
All right, so if
him up.
I'm big, I'm gonna be the one to.
Yes.
Okay. 26.
26.
Nice.
Okay. You lift up Charlie, and his head brushes against the top of the room. And then, Charlie, you press up and push the trapdoor open, and you climb through it. I would now like you to make a hard strength check to help lift
I gotta try and get him
Christopher
in.
up.
Oh shit, that's a 17.
Oh damn!
Oh, good.
Coming up, big man.
Reach down a hand and you lift up Christopher and help him through the gap. You realize that you are in the attic of the house. This open space contains lots of junk from each of the families who have lived here. There are old chests, a rocking horse, a broken mirror, a locked wardrobe, a tailor's dummy, and odd bits of furniture. There is a small wet area near the south wall, but no significant water damage, structurally speaking. Would like you both to make spot hidden checks, please.
That is
I'm definitely pushing that because it's in the 90s.
That's a 17.
Chloe, I'm exhausted from lifting you up because I don't see shit.
Yes. You notice a trunk in the corner of the room that has been absolutely flattened outwards, burst as if an explosion had taken place inside. In the remnants of the trunk are items of jungle clothing, a pith helmet, a compass, an empty .45 revolver, and a machete. Taking a further look, you notice that one of the pockets of the trousers has been violently split open, as if something burst from the inside. Furthermore, everything in the trunk seems a little bit shiny and reflective under the ambient moonlight, yet the items are dry to the touch.
Oh, God.
In amongst the other items is a large leather-bound book. The label on the front simply reads, Arthur Waite Field Journal. You pick it up and open it up, but there's a strange moisture that's caused stains through, and it will require significant work to get this to a readable point, perhaps a downtime action.
Yep, alright, that's...
You examine the attic a bit further, and you eventually find another trapdoor, which, when you open it, through the other side, you can see the landing of the staircase leading up to the second floor, so that you can exit the attic and be safe.
The machete and revolver, they were
The revolver is empty. The machete is usable.
I was going to say, what type of revolver is it?
A .45.
Dang. So I wouldn't be able to use my current bullets with it.
No.
Well, I'll still pocket it.
Today.
I'll take the machete.
Yep. Now I would like both of you to please make jump checks to exit through the trapdoor back down into the house proper.
Where's my jump? I don't have jump either, I don't think.
Jump is a
Where's
base
jump?
of...
Alright, there it is. Nope, no, I do not have that.
Yep.
Is there another way out?
No. you could try to carefully lower yourself down. In that case, I'll require a hard dex check.
Shit. So either way, I'm trying to roll 20.
Mm.
God damn it.
Well, I can try to lower myself down.
All right, go ahead.
Are they anywhere near where we are? Like, do we see
They
the
are,
open?
but you wouldn't know yet because you're searching another room in the meantime, which I'm going to describe in a sec.
Ah, okay.
Alright, that is... can I push that?
Go ahead.
Thank you. That's a 30. So that's a hard. My normal hard's 35.
You're fine. You lower yourself carefully down and land in the main hallway on the second floor.
Can I...
Right now, you can try to help Charlie here. He can do a jump or dex check with advantage here. You want to try to help him down?
Yeah. What? Just a regular dex?
With advantage.
A hard one with advantage.
Okay, well I failed the first one. Shit.
Jump, Daddy will catch you.
And that's a 17, so I'll take that.
Yes!
Oh, hell yeah.
Thank God.
Jump
I'm not
down
breaking any
and
more ankles.
you jump down and Christopher catches you and lowers you safely down into the hallway. You are still holding your items from the attic, but you're not sure if anything you found will help you. Okay, Tom, M1, and Smithy, you are searching the master bedroom while the rest of them are while this is transpiring.
Okay.
Who's entering the room?
I'll let the guy with the improvised
Yeah.
Mechanized
He's so
tripod.
gung-ho on being big hero man. He's got this.
Yeah, I'd sort of hang more
No, I
towards
don't
the
have that
floor.
much faith in myself, guys.
No. You
I
got
just have
your
a tripod
You got
because
this,
I've got
buddy.
no other weapon. And so, you
All
know,
right.
overcompensate.
Meanwhile, the guy with the shotgun is sending in the guy with a camera tripod.
That is
Yeah.
camera attached.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you
So
enter the
expensive.
brandishing your
Invention teach
tripod.
cautiousness.
Brandishing your tripod while the other two creep behind you with their guns drawn. You push open the door to the master bedroom on the opposite side of the house. And
So I know well which experiments left to be tried and tested by my plucky apprentices.
yes.
Which ones to test myself and
Inside.
which ones to stand back.
Inside, you find an expensively furnished room, at least under all of the water damage, dust, and plaster. It contains much in the way of clothing and personal effects, but seemingly few clues. Several valuable objects, such as a gold-plated cigar case or a diamond tie pin, might fetch some value, but don't appear to relate to the situation at hand. The ceiling of this room is moist, and the water occasionally drips soddenly. The fireplace also shows moisture around the edges. Scattered near the fireplace are 9 partially disassembled shotgun cartridges. Powder and shot has been scooped out and separated into neat little piles beside them.
Ooh.
Directly in front of them, lying on the wooden floorboards, empty salt shaker. I would like all three of you to make spot hidden checks, please.
Yeah, find that salt, get some goddamn rock salt in them shotguns.
That is a pass for me.
Pass for me.
That's for you. Okay. So 3 spot hidden rolls. Here's what you find. First of all, as you enter the room, you note a line of salt crystals along the bottom of the doors and across the windowsills, all the points of entry. Smithy, make an occult check, please.
Nope.
Nope, that's all right. Obviously, it's trying to ward something off, but you can't place any significance with the salt itself.
Can I make an occult check? Because I actually have it as
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
well. Oh, can I push that?
Yes, go ahead.
There you go.
That is a extreme pass.
You notice, you think based on the line, because you didn't see the one in the kitchen, based on the lines of salt placed under the door frame and along the window sills, that they were placed here in an attempt to ward something off. And you remember that in some occult circles, salt is sometimes used as a magical conduit for preventing ghosts and evil spirits from entering a room.
Right. I go over to the gun bench, and I'd like to use my skills to reconstruct the shells into salt shot.
Yep, I would like you to make a dex check, please.
Pass.
You grab the empty shotgun shells, and you notice that he never got around to filling them with salt because he used that to block the doors and windows. But they're here disassembled, and so you carefully begin pouring all of the salt from your salt shaker into the rounds, and you end up with
not all
8...
of it. Enough.
Oh, not all of it. Well, so if you use all your salt, you can have 8 rounds. If you use some of your salt, you can have 5 rounds. How much would you like to use?
Look, I'll put the entirety of the salt shaker in.
Okay, so 8 shells. You get 8 shotgun shells filled with salt. Now, the second spot hidden roll, the one you passed, after you have finished making your salt shells, you notice in the fireplace, buried in the ash in the hearth, appears to be a crumpled piece of paper.
I retrieve it.
Retrieve it and unfold it, and you find something written in shaky hand. I'll put it in the chat. It reads, "To whom it may concern, I'm writing this statement in the event of my joining my staff and expedition members in death. I, Arthur Cornflate, being of sound mind and body, no time for formalities or legalisms. It is the thing I must tell you of. What is sanity when faced with this? I thought I had fled from it in that foul green place, that accursed temple, yet somehow it has followed me here. I know the signs. There can be no mistake. It is with me. It is a thing so clever, so terrible that... melodrama. What's the point? Notes to myself in an empty house. Whoever reads this knows, or will know of it. But what you must also know is that it has a weakness so simple, so..." The note ends abruptly.
Of course it fucking does.
Of course.
all
But I
the
think-
gold I've ever owned
I
has
think
been
it's-
buried under that.
I think it's
But
time for plot.
I think you can make a reasonable guess as to what he was going to tell you as its weakness.
Oh.
Pepper.
Paprika, damn it. It's always the paprika.
God damn it, it's chili.
As you finish reading the note, you hear a loud scream coming from the other side of the house in the direction of the guest rooms.
Oh,
Oh god, I killed Joe.
Do you check? Do you decide to investigate?
We'll send the director to investigate.
And you're gonna remain. You're gonna remain here. Smithy, are you going to accompany?
No. Should we go as a group?
yeah, of course.
I'll
Yeah.
go look out the door, yeah.
Yep. You look out the door and you begin to make your way across the second floor, passing the bathroom and a couple other rooms to get to the guest room. As you pass the second floor landing, you see Charlie and Christopher, who seem to have just descended from a manhole leading into the attic. And then the 5 of you quickly make your way to the guest room. You burst through the door. And where Joe was, there is simply a puddle of moisture lying on the floorboards. No sign that he was ever here.
Oh dear.
Were we all in where Joe was?
Yep.
Ah,
They make Joe appeared. the poor journalist Joe appears to be gone. All right, I'm grabbing the finale music. Right. Who approaches Joe?
I mean, where Joe was.
Yeah, who's gonna approach that area?
It's got like the puddle of
Yeah,
stuff.
the puddle of moisture in front of the fake fireplace.
Yeah, with saber drawn up, take a few steps.
Yep.
I'm
Walk
gonna-
forward. Yep.
I'm going to
Yes,
keep
I
my
think-
eye sort of to the door behind us with weapon ready.
Yep.
Mhm.
All right. So who's taking the door? Who's taking the fireplace?
Close to my business. I'll take the fireplace.
All right. So you've got your gun pointed at the fireplace as Christopher approaches the puddle as Christopher and Waldo Disno approach the puddle of moisture where Joe once stood. You approach it, and then suddenly, I'd like you all to make. Actually, no, not yet. You notice the walls You notice the walls in the room suddenly beginning to pulse and recede as if they are breathing. And then the wallpaper rips and a green, what is best described as a green vine covered in plant growth and slime reaches out of the wall at both of you. Make dodge checks, please.
That is a 38. Yes, second,
what are
that
we rolling
is...
Just M2. You don't have to roll anything M2.
Okay.
That is a hard.
That's a hard, okay.
Giggity.
You immediately leap back as the vine lashes towards you, and then it recedes into the wall. And then you see the wallpaper bulging out and out and out, and you begin to hear the sound of something slimy underneath, squishing. And then suddenly, the entire wall bursts open, revealing a mass of green mold and slime writhing as you look at it, off its body, and its surface pockmarked with multiple pointy-toothed mouths. I would like all of you to make SEN checks, please.
That is a pass.
Hey, that's a 2.
Pass.
Pass.
That's a
Okay.
fail.
Okay. That's 1d3 SEN loss for failing.
And how much
Go
for
ahead.
pass?
And, 1d3 for passing, 1d6 for failing.
Yeah, it's another 1.
One for me.
Oh no!
Oh, fuck, he's
Why?
Why, Smithy, why?
I rolled a 1 on the D3.
Yep. M1, you're making a SEN check.
Well, it looks like
A
our dear
slime
art
monster
friend is
has
about to
burst through the-
snap.
I'll get Smithy to
I
do
was
that
gonna
in
say,
a
how much
moment.
sanity did you have before you rolled that? Because I'm guessing you didn't have much left.
I was on 32.
Oof.
32. Ouch.
And my
Right, let's see.
intelligence-
M1 has passed, so that's 1d3 SEN loss for you, M1. Okay, now, yeah, 1d3 for passing. Now, Smithy, I would like you to please make an intelligence check.
Fail, fail, fail.
You know my intelligence, Liam.
Oh god, yeah. Oh no.
That's
Oh
the
no!
pass.
Oh.
You scream and you grab your Luger and you fire it at the pulsating green mass in the wall. I would like you to make a firearms check, please.
Alright.
That's a fail.
You fire and your bullet sails harmlessly into the massive green slime. It begins to bubble and squirm, and then you see a big pseudopod of green plant-like matter beginning to bubble out towards you. And then suddenly, without warning, it manifests a green tentacle which lashes towards you. Make a dodge check, please, Smithy.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, Smithy, no.
Why? We finally bring him into a full thing and he's just...
That's a fail.
Oh, no.
That's a fail. Okay.
No.
You have a hope that it will fail.
Ooh.
And let me see. The first vine swings out, and in your madness, you dodge out of the way. But then a pustule on the slimy mass bursts open, revealing a second tentacle that lashes towards you. This one also misses.
Wow.
You dodge out of the way and fall backwards onto the floor, screaming in hysteria. Okay, everybody, what is your dex?
40.
70.
Look, all these years of drinking and smoking
70.
are really good for me.
70. Okay, Wilbur, your turn.
All right, I'll unload on it with the my pump action assault
Shotgun.
shotgun.
Yep, alright. Make a firearms check, please.
Oh, damn.
That is
Ooh. Roll damage and double it, please.
So what is the
fucking
damage on
right
the assault
up.
shot on this thing?
And your 12-gauge shotgun loaded with salt cartridges does 2d6.
Ooh.
So 4d6, please.
Oh, damn.
Fucking hell. Give him hell.
Give him hell, Johnny.
Uh, 12 points of damage.
Boom! You fire at one of the tentacles. It immediately breaks off, falls on the ground, and writhes as the salt eats into it and it begins to sizzle. The slimy mass itself bubbles and pulsates, perhaps in pain and fear. And its toothy mouths begin to gnash furiously at you. Soundless, but terrified nonetheless. Okay, Christopher, you are up.
I'd like to, get the tentacle that's going after, Joey.
Yep. Okay, that's the only one left, so go for
Oh,
it.
no.
Make a fighting check.
That is a 22, and for me, that is a hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay. Let me see. Hard pass. Right, you're fine. Rush forwards with your cavalry saber, and as the tentacle rides towards Joey once again, you swing at it with your sword. Make a damage roll, please.
So it's 3, 4, and damage. That's 7, and plus the salted
7.
tip.
You slash, and you don't manage to cut it off, but it lashes back as if it's in pain, and then a pustule bursts on the end of it, and slime is shot in your direction. Make a dodge
Was
check.
there any extra damage for the sword being?
Yes, it just allows it to have full damage. It just allows it to actually
Oh,
take
okay.
that damage.
Yep. Make it.
Anything that, yeah, I'll reveal later what's happening.
Okay.
Make a dodge check, please.
If I had to guess, I'd say salt's the only thing that actually hurts this thing.
Dodge is X, so that is a 30.
30. And you dodge out of the way as a pustule of slime flings past your head, hitting the wallpaper on the other side of the room and beginning to melt it away.
Hey guys, just
Waldo-
remind you how fucked would be if I didn't spend 20 cents at the start of this.
I know.
Yeah,
right? We're kicking the shit.
There is a
and
truck.
also 26.
There is a truck full of salt on the way, but that may not arrive.
Yeah,
in
that
time.
ain't shut up until the morning. We don't have time for that.
But if you're lucky, it may arrive before then.
That would be great.
Waldo Disno, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Okie dokie. Well, what can my tripod do? I could
You
throw it
could
at him.
attack. You could throw it at him, or you could use it as a spear and try to stab at the tentacles.
That's what I'm going to have to use. The long stabby part of my 3-pronged tripod.
All right,
And
make
aim it at
a
the tentacles.
Yep, make a fighting check. You've got to use the base, which is
This
25.
is ridiculous. My tripod. Fuck roll.
Next week you will be bringing a gun.
Don't bring a gun to a
64.
knife fight. Bring your tripod instead.
You hold your tripod with the letter opener on the end, and you hold it like a tribesman with a spear, and you just try to jab at it like someone
No, not
fishing.
a spear. I slightly unfold the legs.
Yes, and try to hit it. The tentacle lashes at you, but you dodge. You knock it out of the way with your tripod, preventing it from hurting you. Charlie, it is your turn.
Well,
Homogeneous.
all I got me is a 38, so I don't have any salt. Might as well put the gun to good use and see if this does anything without the salt. So I take my shot, and that's a 27, so that's another hard pass.
Okay.
Hopefully
Roll
I
your
do more
damage.
to this than I do the fucking raccoon.
Roll your damage, please, but don't double it. The critical hit is allowing you to actually do this damage.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, I really wish that could have been doubled because that was a 10.
That was a 10. You fire at the remaining tentacle. Bang! You hit it at its base and it drops off. It rides on the floor and then begins to melt away. The pulsating mass continues expanding and then a pustule bursts. Make a dodge check, please.
All of us?
No, just me.
Just him.
Can I spend 7 points of luck?
It's a combat roll, so unfortunately not.
No. Shit.
Let's
Well,
see.
this is gonna hurt.
Take 2 points of damage as a pustule of slime lands on your face and you feel it eating through your skin. You grab it with your hand and throw it off immediately, but you feel the side of your face burning.
Ain't pretty no
I'm
more.
gonna be even more grizzled after this.
Several more pustules emerge from the expanding mass, and then before your eyes they pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 new tentacles emerge.
Son of a bitch.
It may be time to run, guys.
Yeah.
So
I think it's time to
taking
get the
bets
fuck
that this
out.
thing is like this is an umbrella lab or
You'll
don't
see.
wanna fucking know. I tried my shot, did not work well.
Anyone who would like to
Does it-
remain in the room may.
does it have any egregious weak spot looking eyeballs?
No, it's just gnashing. It's just tentacles, slime, and gnashing toothy mouths. If you'd like to escape the room, make a dex check, please. Otherwise,
Yep.
you may remain and try to fight.
That's a 31, so that is a hard.
That is-
That's a hard dex.
That's
Yeah,
a
roll
extreme dex.
Yep.
I
in
am
your-
getting out of there.
In
Can
your
I-
insanity,
Yeah, I
you're
got a
getting
hard
out of there.
dex check.
Can I escape and fire, like make retreating fire?
Yes, but you'll make your fire check with a penalty.
Sure. So, ooh, fail the dodge check or the dex check.
All right. You can still make your firearms check. As everyone else sprints.
That's
through the
another
room.
8.
Yep, but remember it's with a penalty.
Okay, what's the penalty?
So roll again, and
Oh,
you have
okay.
to take the highest. Okay, 8.
Oh
Okay,
no.
roll your damage 4d6, please.
Uh, 14 points of damage.
Nice.
You attempt to escape the room, but you're cut off by one of the vines. You aim at it as it comes towards you, and you fire. It immediately breaks off and writhes and begins to melt away. You turn to escape the room, but then to your right, the door frame bursts open and a large, massive slime assaults you. It pins you to the ground, and
Can I make a dodge check?
you already failed your dex check. Oh yeah, you can make a hard dodge check, please.
That fail.
Yep. A mass of slime rams at you, a full-bodied blow. You take You take 2 points of damage, and I need you to make a Constitution check, please.
Oh no.
Is that a pass or a fail?
Pass.
The slime hits you, and it engulfs you, and it begins trying to force its way up your nostrils and mouth, but you manage to block your nose and mouth. And make a strength check, please.
Back just in the toilet.
Pass. Hard pass.
Pass. Yep. You force yourself out of the pseudopod. You fall to the ground and quickly get to your feet and join the others running down the hallway as the slime expands, filling the entirety of the room you were just in. You all sprint and you reach the landing.
Can I reload my gun while we're doing this?
Yeah, sure. You're doing that. You make a dex check, please, actually, because you're reloading while running.
Not fail.
Right, you'll have to wait for a down moment then. You go to... Yeah, you'll have to wait. You thankfully... Oh, you got 98. If you had got 99 or 100, I would have made you drop the shell, but you're fine.
Oof.
You reach the landing to the stairs, and you're about to head down to the first floor to escape. And then you meet a terrible sight. The creature, whatever it is, has flowed up and now fills the entire ground floor of the house to a height of 4 to 6 feet. I would like you all to make sand checks, please.
Because I do that so
That's
well.
a pass.
That's a pass.
Yep.
Yeah, we're in.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
I actually passed!
You actually passed.
Oh, I'm so happy. Same can't be said for Mr. Disno.
Yep, okay. Everyone who passed, you lose 1d3.
2.
That's
And Waldo Disno,
Yeah,
that's
that's a
one.
one.
another one. I'm getting good at these ones.
Waldo Disno, that's 1d6 for you, please. Let's see if Waldo Disno is going to go insane with 1d6 San.
Oh no.
3. Okay, you're fine. You're all shocked, and you manage to stop yourselves from tumbling down the staircase into the goo below. How will you escape the house?
So we're on the stairs, yeah?
You're on the stairs. You're on the second floor. The master bedroom is the guest bedroom is entirely filled with the creature. So is the first floor. There are several.
What about that
upstairs...
room? What about the one with the fireplace where everything was salted?
Yes, you might be able to hide in there. Otherwise, you may be able to. Oh yeah, you can go in there and like try to break the window and climb out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what we.
That's
Well, that's
probably
what
our
I
best
just
bet.
did.
Right. I would like you all to make dex checks, please.
Hey, grand.
Pass.
Oh, that's a hard pass.
That's a fail.
Oh shit.
Oh, damn. I only
Uh-oh.
just barely scraped.
Okay. Wilbur shouts, "To the master bedroom!" And you turn your backs from the flooded first floor and begin sprinting towards the master bedroom. The walls around you vibrate and heave and press in and out, and then the wallpaper breaks and several globules of slime and plant-like tentacles burst out, trying their best to reach you. Most of you are fast enough. However, Joey,
No.
Joey, you are nearly at the master bedroom when the wall to your right and the roof above you burst open and pustules of slime begin to reach out at you. I need you to make a dodge check, please.
Oh, no. Come on, buddy.
Oh, yes!
Oh,
Yes!
You
That is a hard.
dodge. You dodge the tentacle to your right, and then you duck under the globule of slime dropping down on top of you. You continue sprinting, but a tiny drop of acid drops down on you. You take 3 points of damage as the acid begins to burn away on your arm. You grunt in pain, and you pull it off, throwing it away. You all reach the master bedroom. You tumble inside and then slam the door shut. The walls grow, expanding out, and the wooden door frame begins to warp and bend under the weight of the mass outside. Smash! The door splinters into 1,000, and through the door frame on the other side, all you can see is a solid mass of green slime, moisture, and plant growth, and the hundreds of mouths gnashing hungrily at you. However, as it begins to make its way into the room, you hear a sound, kind of like flesh sizzling on a frying pan, as it crosses over the salt barrier. It recoils for just a moment, taking 3 points of damage from the salt barrier, and then it starts oozing slowly into the room.
So, time to get the fuck out.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, let's go for
All
this
right.
window.
All right. Who's gonna take the window?
I'll take the window.
All right. Christopher rushes over. Okay, Christopher, you're making a hard. You can either make a hard strength check, or you can make a fighting brawl check to hack the board away with your weapon.
Yeah. Fun brawl check. Alright. Oh, that's an 8.
That's an 8.
Wow.
You begin hacking away at the boarded up window with your sword, and you knock it loose, but not fully. Okay. Wilbur, it is your turn.
All right, I'll try and keep it at bay while the others work on the thing. I'll take a shot with the. I'll reload and take a shot.
All right. Make a firearms check with a penalty, please, because you are reloading.
That's a foul.
Boom! You fire the shell. It splinters the side of the door frame, and you see the slime recoil as a bit of it is burnt away, but it's not a. It barely slows it as it continues to make its way into the room. Okay. It is Waldo Disno's turn. What are you doing, Waldo Disno? You have a big heavy tripod in your hand. Would you like to try to use that to smash the rest of the window away? All right. Waldo Disno, make a hard strength check, please. It's not a combat roll. You can push it. Would you like to push it?
Yes.
You begin smashing at the boarded up window, but your tripod doesn't seem to make any progress. Okay. Joey, it is your turn.
Joey just wants out, so he's just gonna get his Luger and
Joey wants out.
he's gonna just turn to the window and fire at the window.
All right, make a firearms check, please.
Please don't screw this up, considering there's at least 2 people right next to the window at this point.
No one me tonight.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh,
Shit.
you fire. Bang! At the board. Okay. Waldo Dinzo, please make a luck check.
Oh,
He has the lowest luck.
Oh, yeah.
Feeling lucky, punk.
Yes,
Oh, there you
it
go.
passes. Bang! The bullet hits the board, and then you wedge in your tripod and begin using it as leverage to pull it out. Make a strength check, Waldo Disno.
Wow.
Would you like to push it, Waldo Disno?
Damn it, Waldo Disno.
Damn it.
Go ahead, push it.
There you
Yes!
go.
You wedge in your tripod and you pull, and with a grunt, there's a cracking of wood as the board breaks off. You then smash the window with your tripod. You can now escape through the window. Okay. It is now Charlie's turn. What would you like to do?
Get out the window.
All right, what's Charlie going to do?
Out the window.
All right. Charlie, you may attempt to jump out of the window or carefully climb out.
I really prefer to just carefully climb out because I think jumping out of a second-story window.
Yeah,
is
we know what happened
silly,
last
but-
time when we started jumping out the window.
Yeah, no.
All right. Make a hard dex check, please.
Oh.
That is a 3.
I rolled a 3 as well.
Okay. Well, it's not your turn
Oh, so
yet,
I think you
Mr.
said
Sea
Charlie.
Captain. It is, yes, Charlie's turn. I'm talking to Liam. You run for the window and you carefully begin lowering yourself out, shimmying across the water pipe, grabbing a good foothold until you come to a trellis that leads down to the yard below, and you begin to carefully climb down it. Your way down the house. Okay. Captain, it is your turn.
Okay, yeah. Do the same.
All right, so you're going to do a hard dex check.
Yep.
Right.
That is a 31. Yes, that's a success.
You climb through the window and begin carefully making your way down the trellis on the side of the house. Okay, Wilbur, it is your turn.
I am going to take a running leap
Oh no.
All right, make a
out the
jump.
window, and I'm gonna try and grab the I'm actually gonna grab the curtain and use that to lower myself out with a running leap.
All right, I would like you to make a jump check, please.
Love the idea of the rest of us sort of like going, nice and careful, all good.
All right, that's a fail. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
All right, that's actually 4 points off, so I'll spend 4 points of luck.
Yep. You take one look at the slimy mass entering the room and then turn towards the window, and you run for it, screaming, grabbing the curtain and using it like a swinging rope as you leap out.
Jesus.
And
The
then
idea of the rest of us are all sitting there and just casually, gently climbing out, and all of a sudden we just look up and see this guy just throwing himself out the fucking window.
you take 1 point of damage as you sail off the end of the curtain and down onto the grassy yard below. Okay.
I'm clear.
Yes, you're clear. Okay, Joey, it is your turn.
Oh. I guess I'll try and see if I can carefully get down.
All right,
Go on,
hard
flying
dex
leap.
check, please.
Do it like a man.
That is just a normal pass.
I'll allow that. I'll allow a normal pass. May affect you in a minute though.
Oh no.
You climb. You take one more panicked look at the creature, and then you climb over the banister of the window and begin climbing down the water pipe and down the trellis like everyone else. Walto Dinzo, it is your turn.
Flying leap. Flying leap. Flying leap.
What are you gonna do, Waldo?
Yeah, I have this problem with trying to negotiate my phone sometimes. Sorry,
Come on.
guys.
That's okay. You're gonna carefully lower yourself out, or are you going to take a flying leap?
You know what? I can unwind the legs on my tripod.
Ooh,
Actually,
Pole vault.
use not just so much a pole vault, but I can use it to lower myself down safely down the ground.
all right, you can make a dex check with advantage.
I was gonna say, so how's that work with
My
the knife on the other
multi-purpose
end?
Pole vault. Pole vault.
I was gonna say, how's that gonna work with the knife on the end of it?
It's
You
Grab on the lower end
around.
and use
Yeah.
the telescopicness of it to lower yourself. It's actually kind of genius.
This is amazing. Thank you for the tripod.
Right. All right, make your dex check with advantage. Ooh, that's it. That's all you
Damn.
need.
Do I get advantage?
Yep, you're
Why would
fine.
you
You don't need to
roll like
roll again.
Mary
You got a
Poppins?
4. You hold out your tripod and you rip off the letter opener and hurl it into the slimy mass. And then you pull out the telescoping legs and use them to carefully lower yourself down the side of the house.
That happened.
This is called common sense, people.
You drop down into the yard. You drop down into the yard below and take 1 point of damage as you land next to Wilbur. Okay. The rest of you are climbing down the side of the house. You're nearly there. But then you hear the shattering of glass and the first floor windows below you burst open as slimy tentacles filling the first floor of the house begin to reach up at you.
God damn it.
Right, first up, we have Captain Christopher. Would you like to continue trying to climb safely down, potentially getting grabbed by the tentacles, or would you like to jump off?
Alright, I'm just how far is the jump?
It's about 10 feet. You will take some damage if you jump, if you fail the jump check. If you pass the jump check, you'll be fine.
Jump. That's 20. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit with the jump.
Alright, go ahead, make a jump check.
Am I allowed to push that?
Yes.
Oh, that's an 18. Yes.
It's an 18. You time your jump perfectly, and then you let go of the trellis and leap down into the yard below next to Waldo and Wilbert. Somehow you are fine. You look up at the trellis where Joey and Charlie are still trying to carefully negotiate the side of the house. Okay. Joey, you may attempt to continue climbing down, or you may jump off. Either way, you're going to make it with a penalty because you only got a normal pass before.
Yep. Joey would see the tentacles coming out, and he just wants to get out of there, so he would just push off and say, that someone's there.
Alright, go ahead, make the jump check.
And it's with disadvantage, is it? Or?
Would someone like to try and catch him?
I'll try and catch him.
Alright, so you can just make a normal jump check then, without disadvantage.
Nope.
Do you have enough luck? Oh, you don't have enough luck. Would you like to push it?
Oh no.
Oh, he's fucked.
Would you like to push it?
Oh, why not?
Yes!
Oh yeah!
Holy shit!
You time it perfectly, and as one of these slimy globules reaches out towards you, you let go and fall backwards and drop into the hands of Captain Christopher.
Thank you, my good friend.
Critter, I got you.
Okay. Charlie, you are alone, still trying to negotiate the side of the house. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna say fuck it to myself and just jump and hope. Now, I was gonna say, if this isn't a combat thing, so I can spend luck.
Yeah, it's not a combat, you can spend luck. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, that I'm gonna have to push.
Right.
Oh, that's a 23. I'm gonna spend the 3 luck.
3 luck.
Jump safely because I can't afford to break anything else at this point.
What badass line do you say to the tentacles reaching out towards you as you fall backwards off the side of the house?
Oh, God, I have to think of a badass line. Shit.
Hey, plant. Eat shit.
Yeah, just I swear I'm gonna make fertilizer out of your ass.
You fall backwards and land safely on your back on the grass of the yard. You climb up, but you climb to your feet. You are all out of the house, but you are still not safe. In front of you, the entire house is beginning to bulge as the creature fills its entire mass. There's several loud cracks as the side of the house begin to break open, and pustules filled with gnashing mouths and plant-like vines begin to seep out. Then beside you, there's another loud wooden crack as the cellar doors on the side of the house burst open. I would like the one of you with the lowest luck, that would be Smithy, to please make a dodge check.
A dodge?
Dodge!
Oh no.
Oh my
yes!
god.
Oh,
The wooden hatch doors shattered into 1,000 splinters as more tentacles begin to seep out of them. You were all able to get a good look into the cellar now. Inside, you could see the core of the creature, its pulsating mass. No more tentacles, no mouths, just a big cellar, just a cellar filled to the brim with pulsating green slime. And floating in amongst it, you could see Joe Varilli, a look of shock on his face, slowly being digested by the acid. And behind him, Arthur Cornthwaite, still wearing his dressing gown, a look of pain on his face. You can also make out the...
He's still alive?
No, he's dead. He's being...
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
You can see the half-decomposing bodies of wearing uniforms that suggest them to be Cornthwaite's household staff. All of them, with their faces frozen in pain and terror. I'd like you all to make sand checks, please.
You guys remember that shit I told you about in the basement?
That's a pass.
Hey, it's a 21.
Oh no.
Well, it was good. Dead. He wants you dead.
It was good knowing you.
Well, your camera's not. You've got a film camera M1, so you probably won't have time to set it up. But okay, for those who passed the sand check, 1d3.
That's another one. Wow, I literally have almost every.
That's a one.
Three of us me to roll today. I've done ones.
That's 2 for me.
Ooh. Okay.
Man, it's so many inner monologues to fix this.
Yep. And okay, for the two of you who failed, it's going to be 1d6 sand.
Poor Smithy. Joey,
Oh,
no.
No, Waldo.
Everyone's going insane tonight. This is the
no,
first
no.
episode.
Oh, no. Okay, Waldo and Joey, intelligence checks, please.
Please give me a high roll.
Yeah, now you want that 100.
Nope.
Oh no.
Well, shit. What's your intelligence at M1? Oh.
Why couldn't I have got that?
Okay. You are fine, Waldo Disno. You pat your back to make sure your film camera is still there, and then you begin to assemble your camera and tripod so that you can film this for posterity. Meanwhile, Joey, you see the driveway at the front of the house, the driveway that leads to safety, and you decide to run past the cellar towards safety.
Bye, Joey.
Screaming, and you sprint, not giving anyone else a second glance, and you set off tearing across the backyard. Make a dodge check, please.
Oh, buddy, we brought you back just to die. This is fucking unbearable.
Oh no.
Okay.
Joey. I told him, Joey, don't go.
Okay.
I told him, Joey.
As you run in front of the cellar, a big globule of slime lashes out and engulfs you, and it begins pulling you into the cellar. Make a con check, please.
Oh no.
Well, shit.
Yeah, you at least want to be passed out.
Don't worry. It's the first episode of the campaign. People don't usually die in these. And bye.
You don't have time to react. Your open mouth, still screaming, is immediately filled with slime and growth. It begins to force its way up your nostrils and down your throat, suffocating you. Take 3 points of damage. Are you dead?
I am not dead.
You are not dead. You are still alive, but you are engulfed, and there is still a chance for the others to save you, however. Okay. At this point, At this point, I would like Joey to please make a luck check.
Ooh.
Oh, Christ.
Oh my goodness.
Still on you, buddy. You got this.
Nope.
No, you don't got
no.
Would
it.
you like to push it? I will allow you to push it.
Sure.
The
What
merciful
else can go
DM.
wrong?
What else can we possibly do in this scenario?
Nope.
Thank you.
So close.
Yeah, his luck is like buckle.
All right. Yep, you're still engulfed, and no help arrives this turn. No help arrives this turn. Okay, Wilbur, it is your
All right,
turn.
I'm gonna level my remaining shot at the core of the thing and take fire.
All right. Make a firearms check, please.
Pass.
Pass. Okay. Roll your 2d6 damage.
7.
7. You raise your shotgun and you fire down into the cellar. You see the thing pulsate. The entire house begins to shake. Just a moment of weakness as it recoils. Joey, make a strength check.
Oh, come on, Joey.
Yes.
Oh.
That's a pass.
Yes. Okay, Joey, you take this, you sense its weakness, and you begin struggling. However, this is an opposed strength
Oh,
check,
no.
so let's see how we go. You're okay!
Yes!
You feel the stuff beginning to fill your throat and nostrils, and you can't breathe. You struggle for your life. You feel the sickening wetness move across your face, and then you feel breath. You take your first breath of the fresh night air, and then you force yourself onto the ground, simply lying there, catching your breath. Okay. I would like Waldo Disno to make a luck check, please. Let's see, was that a pass? That's a pass. Okay. As you ready your weapons and decide what to do next, you hear two sounds. Tires pulling up on the driveway on the other side of the house. Something large, like a truck, followed by something smaller and the wail of a siren. You hear the sound of car doors opening, and then the sheriff comes barreling around the side of the house. He sees you standing in front of the cellar. He sees the damage that the house has suffered, and he begins shouting, "What in the blazing hell are you doing to this property?"
Give it a sec.
You just say, "Give it a sec."
One
Yeah,
sec.
I literally like here. Just give him a sec.
He says, "I see a fucking dump truck of salt headed this way. I follow it and I get here, and this." The side of the house, the side wall of the house shatters open as a globule of slime lashes out towards him. He falls over backwards in his attempt to dodge it, and he looks at you and he says, "What the hell is going on here?"
Okay, you know all that
Salt
creepy
goes
shit
next.
you
Get
all
on
want?
with it.
Yeah. I was gonna say salt first, explanation later.
He
Back that thing
climbs-
right up to the cellar.
He climbs to his feet. He looks at you. He looks paralyzed for a second, and then
Back it up to the cellar.
he blinks. He turns around and begins running towards the front of the house where the dump truck is parked. Okay. It is Waldo Disno's turn. You're trying to film it, I believe. Roll a cinema check, please.
Ever the opportunist.
You're like worse than a bard.
You are struggling to get your camera assembled in time, and you probably won't capture any useful footage. You can push it, however. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Why not?
Ends up breaking the.
So he says.
Right, you
Oh, yeah,
set up
fuck.
your camera and you put a roll of film into the camera and you turn it towards the cellar and you begin rolling, trying to capture this monstrosity on film. It's unlikely anyone will believe you, but this is going to make a hell of... This is going to seem like some really, really good special effects for the 1930s. Okay.
That's just...
Joey.
That's so fake, I can see the strings.
Joey, it is your turn.
Just run, Joey, for fuck's sake. Just run, man.
Oh.
As the song says, run, Joey, run.
Oh, baby
Alright,
boy.
Joey, make a dex check, please.
Oh, just let him bleed.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
Just let him leave.
Would you like to push it?
Yes, please.
Please, just let him go. He's suffered enough.
Can I use luck for this?
Yes, you can. If you've got enough to spend.
I will use 4 luck points again.
You begin running, you climb to your feet and begin running away. One of the tentacles lashes out and wraps around your ankle. You pull yourself free and sprint towards the others. Christopher, it is your turn.
Cheese it.
Alright, what are you going to do?
Cheese it.
Cheese it, okay. How so? With your sword? Poke holes in it?
Oh no, cheese it as in run.
He's saying, like, fuck off. He wants
I'm done with this shit.
Yep, you're just standing there watching it, okay. Charlie, your turn.
Oh, so I don't need to do a check, I'm safely out of range.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
safe.
you're
Preoccupied
safely
with me.
Is there really anything else I can do at this point? I mean, we're basically just waiting on the salt truck at
You
this
can-
stage, aren't we?
You can attempt to fire at the oncoming bits of slime and tentacles to try and hold them back so you can wait
Yeah,
for the dump
fuck it.
truck.
That's all I really can do at this point.
Alright, make a firearms check, please.
It's a 42, so it's just a regular pass.
Yep, you don't need to roll for damage, you just need to know that as one of the tentacles begins to snake along the ground, you aim at it and pull your trigger. It lashes back, snapping like an elastic band back into the cellar. There are 2 more tentacles coming your way. The first one rears up and it lashes at Christopher. Christopher, make either a dodge check or a fighting brawl check, please.
Yar, Captain. Yeah.
Go ahead, Captain. Make a fighting brawl check or a dodge check, please. Alright, we'll get to him. The other tentacle lashes out towards Wilbur. Wilbur, you may make a dodge check.
I'll take this as a dodge check, please.
Go.
Go, son, go.
Oh, there it is.
Pass.
Alright, I'm going to contest it to its roll. And the tentacle lashes you. It fails to grab you and pull you into the cellar, but it leaves a glob of acid on the front of your chest that burns into your clothing. Take 2 points of damage and fall backwards as it eats into your clothing and your flesh. Okay, Christopher, Captain, you are making either a fighting brawl check or a dodge check.
Hello?
Oh, sorry, I thought, okay, what am I doing, sorry?
You're, one of the last remaining tentacles is coming towards you. Make a dodge or a fighting
Oh,
check.
we'll go for a fighting brawl check. Just
Fighting around the world.
That is a 7.
Oh, dear
That is
God.
a 7.
I've had
Okay.
enough of your shit! Hardy farty!
The tentacle comes towards you. You raise your cavalry saber and fling it upwards, slicing it away from you. It recoils in pain, and as it bounces like an elastic band back into the cellar, it spits a glob of acid at you. You take
Motherfucker.
1 point of damage as it begins to eat away into your sailor's uniform. You hear the sound of a truck rolling up, and then you watch as the dump truck with the sheriff in the driver's seat, a terrified looking truck driver as the passenger begins to roll up, reversing towards the cellar. They press a button to lower the load. I would like Smithy to make a luck check.
Oh, no.
No.
So much pressure.
Oh, fucking hell. We'll just have the truck explode.
Yep.
How's that?
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
And then, mechanism on the truck clicks, and the back of the dump truck begins to move up into the air, becoming vertical as piles upon piles of salt start to slide down into the cellar below. If you failed that luck check, I was going to have it get jammed and someone was going to have to come and unjam it, but this is fine.
Oh, thank God.
You-
Oh,
Showers of salt pour down into the cellar. The stinging salt buries the monster as the titan shakes and surges. Huge fissures are rent in the walls. Roof tiles begin to fly off the top of the house. Boards are showered outwards. Shutters flap and bash wildly. Furniture is slung through windows. Glass shitters. Timbers crack and list as the creature dies and begins to bring the whole house down with it. Portions of its body still buried in the walls. I want everyone to make dodge checks, please.
Oh no!
That is a 26.
23.
That's a
No.
fail.
Smithy, no.
I'm
get
so
to you.
close. I'm
That's
so
okay.
close.
So Disno failed as well.
Yep, okay.
Disno didn't dodge.
All right, I'm going to assign... You may push these rolls if you wish.
Oh.
Oh,
there you
okay.
go. Yeah, I believe you can, Smithy.
Oh.
Nope.
Well, Smithy still.
And that's
didn't do it.
worse.
And guess
Go
what?
ahead.
Disno definitely didn't dodge. Nope.
Disno's too busy trying to film to get out of the way.
Disno definitely didn't goddamn
Alright.
dodge.
All right, I'm going to assign a number between 1 and 2, and then I'm going to roll.
Oh no.
Oh God. Oh God.
Okay. Fifi, you are 1, and 1, you are 2.
I can't look.
Under 50 is 1, above 50 is 2.
Oh, fuck.
No!
No!
Okay.
Damn it.
Smithy, our baby boy.
Oh,
May I remind, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, this is Smithy's first introduction in ongoing campaigns with
The
us.
campaign.
Yeah,
You
he's
each
gonna be
hit the dirt. You each hit the dirt. Disno grabbing his camera and bringing it down with him in an embrace, while showers of rubble and slime fly into the air. Smithy, Joey is just a bit too slow, and puddles of slime and debris fly towards him. Joey, I will allow you one more time
Ooh.
to make a dodge check.
Please, buddy.
Oh.
Please.
Drum roll,
What is
may
your
the odds
check?
be ever in my favor.
Just once. Just fucking once. Give him the win.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You can push it. You can push it if you like.
Oh, please.
There's no harm in not doing it right now.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Your dodge wasn't 50, was it?
You see,
No.
you see Joey's eyes widen as he realizes what is about to happen. A globule of slime splashes across the front of his body. And he takes 3 points of damage.
And
Are
I'm
you
dead.
alive?
I had
you're
2 points
dead.
left.
Oh no.
Oh,
And
buddy.
Beside you, he falls backwards, landing on the ground as the slime begins to consume his body, melting away his flesh and clothes as his skin bubbles.
I held on for so long.
Damn. He did his best.
Hero's way out. He did do his best. He nearly survived. Okay, I gotta grab the outro music. I'm very sorry.
Oh,
Well, look, my character lasted a lot longer than I was
no,
expecting him to.
the fact
Yes.
that how bad your luck and sanity was, the fact you got like half a step away from surviving is a miracle.
well, let's hope next week's character is a lot better rolled.
Maybe
Yes.
just pick one of the
And I like one,
three
at least
gens
one
instead.
gun and not my tripod.
Actually, that's not the one.
That reminds me, I need to have a word with the sheriff.
I had last week's one queued up. I'm just getting the correct one.
Oh yeah.
It
I've
is,
still got the deed.
it is this one. Okay. Right. It's a terrible crash. And you close your eyes as Joey's body begins to melt away. A cacophony of creaking wood, sizzling acid, and crumbling debris fills your ears, and then it all subsides. And you open your eyes, find yourselves lying there in the backyard of Cornflake's house, the moonlight from the full moon bearing down towards you and illuminating the collapsed pile of rubble that is all that remains of Fitzgerald Manse. Sheriff steps forward. He brushes dirt off the front of his uniform, and then he looks down at all of you. He takes a sigh, and he says, "Well, it's over. You did good, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry I didn't come to help sooner."
Nah. Can't be helped now.
You were escorted back
hold
into
on,
town.
hold on. Before we do that, his complete remains, like, right from the.
Oh yeah, we still have the remains of.
Yeah,
definitely scoop that before we go. Before we go anywhere, just to make sure there's no chance for anything else. I walk immediately over to Disno, take his bag that has the deed still inside, and hand it to the sheriff.
That
sheriff take.
The
sheriff. Yep.
Full disclosure, you don't know if
Yes, I fucking do.
I was gonna say, if Joe's remains were being able to, if I could able to pick him up, I was gonna give him a burial at sea.
Yeah, you can.
Makes
you can.
sense.
You can.
I
give
thought
him
you
a
were talking
burial
about grabbing
at
Cornflake's body, so we have something to present.
You.
That too, yeah.
Yeah. Cornflake's body is still intact, but it's buried under a pile of rubble at this point. So,
well, we'll just tell the lawyers where to go to find it.
We'll
get to that in
I'll just grab Joey's.
Yeah, you scoop up the half decomposed remains of Joey now that the last
into
of
an
the
Oscar
slime
bottle.
has.
Oh.
Yeah, now that the last bits of slime have fallen away, you cradle his what remains of him and walk slowly down the side of the house towards the driveway. The sheriff unravels the deed, that you handed him, Charlie.
Yeah, I look at him and go, last I checked,
Hey,
official
I gave him
deeds
the-
and tiles
I gave
are
him the
only
deed.
kept locked under a city hall. Would that be correct?
He looks at it and he reads it and he nods at you, and then he smiles and he laughs and he says, "You want the deed to a pile of rubble with a freaking monster in it?"
No,
Yeah.
I want the guy who stole it to get what's coming to him.
He says, "Of course," but first he throws the deed in Disno's direction and he shouts, "Go ahead, have it."
Thank you.
However,
He's getting off scot-free for thieving.
However, later, Disno, after you were escorted back to town, cleaned up, given some medical attention, you were visited early the next morning by two of the sheriff's men. They are willing to let you keep the deed, but they are fining you for taking it without permission, and you must pay $300.
So, not arresting him for thieving of city property?
They're giving him a fine. He did contribute to helping stop something that may have posed a threat to the town.
That still broke the
they
law.
Are willing,
Hang on.
they are willing.
But out of all this, how the hell did they know that it was Cornflake's deed that I had?
Because it was the
has his
deed to the
name on
fucking
it.
manor, you idiot.
Yeah, all it said was the four letters. All you said it had the four letters of
it said it
deed
had
on the
the
front of
name.
it.
No,
And
it
he
said it
super
was the
no,
deed
he
to the
just-
manor. It just didn't have any house plans on it.
He didn't look at the deed himself. He just assumed that that's what the deed was because you.
That's a
found the
pretty
deed
big
to the house.
assumption.
So
Yes,
he made
well,
a
guess
big.
what?
Yeah.
You're a pretty big scumbag. So
He
it was
made a
safe
big
bet.
assumption. He made a big assumption and showed it to the sheriff on the off chance that it was what he was looking for.
Call it
And
a
so,
hunch.
would you
Let's
like to
roll
try to
for fast
fast? Go ahead, make a fast talk check.
Out of desperation.
Yeah,
Oh.
fucking course.
You do manage to remind them that your group killed the creature that was festering under that house, thus ensuring that it doesn't spread outwards and take any other life, as evidenced by the fact that it took a horse from the neighboring property. And they're willing to listen to this, and they knock your fine down to $200.
Can I do a charm to make
No.
it free?
Nope, you have to pay the $200.
Look, it's Call of Cthulhu. You can't break the law without any consequences happening.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that you getting something as far as a criminal record when you're a esteemed film producer may actually hurt your career.
Yes, so you are down to $120 in your held cash,
I hate you.
including what you got.
Don't break the law, fuckhead.
Including what you got before. Okay.
Hey, do we still get our $50?
Well, that's what I was
$25. We
about
already
to
got
get
the
to. The next day, now that you were patched up as best you can, with Joey's body placed in a casket ready for transport back to the captain's ship, you assemble in the Dodge Brothers office. They look at you nervously as you approach. And before they have a chance to say anything, the door to the back room opens, and out steps an incredibly muscular man in a finely tailored suit with blonde hair and a military-style moustache. He
Because I'm a military man as well, and he obviously
Yes.
looks higher up. I take off my and
stand to attention. He looks at you. He eyes each of you in turn, and then he makes a hand gesture to the Dodge brothers. Walter Dodge fidgets, and he says, "But the house is the." He said, "We can't sell a collapsed bloody house." The man turns to him and he says, "Be happy. It's no longer on your books, and you no longer have to deal with it." The Dodge brothers shrug. Walter Dodge reaches into his coat pocket and he hands out the additional $25 to each of you. And then, scowling, he and his brothers get up, give you all greasy looks, and exit out of the office.
Oh, I just glanced straight back at him. So those little fuckers will flake.
The muscular man crosses his arms, and then he, without waiting for you to react, he drops down into the desk chair in front of Walter's desk. And he says, "So, you went into Cornthwaite's house, and you came out alive. Did you happen to find out what happened to the old guy?"
So we found his body, and it ain't pretty. I lost a good friend this day.
By Gillette, half eaten by whatever the fuck that thing in the manor was.
He says,
I hand him the note that's got the final words on it.
He takes it and he looks at it and he says, "Tell me, did any of you manage to retrieve his field journal?"
Yeah, actually. I sort of look over at the captain and go, "I believe you grabbed that on a trip to the attic."
Yes, I hand him the field journal. You haven't had time to study it, but I wouldn't mind having a look at it if it's alright by you. So
The man takes it from you, and without responding, he flips through it, and then he drops it he places his briefcase on the desk, places the field journal inside, and then closes the briefcase. He stands up and he says, "We're going to be putting this where prying guys won't find it." He says, "And you have proved to be perhaps valuable members of our group." He says, "Forgive me. My name is Max Reed. I'm a member of a group known as the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight. I'd like you all to roll. I would like those of you who have a cult. I would like you to make an occult check, please, Wilbur."
Fail.
You've heard of a lot of...
Can I push?
You can push it. Yeah, you can push it.
Oh, nice.
Still
$3.
there you go.
You've heard of this man's group, the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight. They are a secret society based in Boston, not dissimilar to the Freemasons, comprised of learned men who investigate and chronicle things which perhaps man was not meant to understand. Do you tell him that you've heard of his order?
I offer my services as a investigator of spectral forces and inventor extraordinaire.
He laughs and smiles, and then he informs the rest of you of the purpose of his order. That is, that they are a group of learned men and women who travel the world, uncovering, investigating, and cataloguing the unnatural. And, he clears his throat, we take the evidence of these things and put them away where those who are not ready for them will not find them. Folds his arms. He says, you may have figured out by now that Mr. Cornthwaite was a member of our society. We were investigating his disappearance through our own channels, and when we learned the particulars of it, we suspected that perhaps some element of his research might be the culprit. I drove here myself, intending to investigate, but by the time I arrived, we had already met with the Dodge brothers and headed off to the manor. He says, but you got out, you survived, and you collected the one thing that we would not wish to fall into unsafe hands. He says, and so, as a member of the 3rd degree of the order, I would like to extend to each of you an offer of membership. Reaches into his coat, pulls out a cigar, puts it in his mouth and lights it. He says, what do you say?
I gladly accept.
No, I'll gladly go back on duty.
Yep. What about Charlie and Waldo Disno?
I was gonna say, take a drag from a cigarette and go, well, I may not be the most intelligent man in the room, but I know a one-way people hear it. I guess I'm in whether I like it or not.
He smiles and he says, you've made a good choice. Believe me, you will be helping to guide the world in the proper direction towards a bright future. A week later,
Did Waldo say he was in or what?
Sorry?
He didn't mention anything.
What did Waldo say? Waldo, are you accepting membership into this secret society?
Sure.
Okay. He looks at you and he says, and someone with the creative drive of a filmmaker will prove to be very useful indeed, especially the contents of your camera. He looks at your camera and taps his head. A week later, you gather in Boston at the public clubhouse of the Hermetic Order, a 17th century wood and stone edifice. Perhaps the type of building that would have originally been a church or schoolhouse in the early days of the New World's colonization. Walk up the driveway to the clubhouse and you knock on the door. The door is immediately answered by Max. Behind him stand 2 men, unrecognizable to you as they are wearing black hooded robes. Max ushers you inside and he leads you through a public lounge upstairs. He leads you through a public lounge and bar upstairs to the 2nd floor, which is primarily taken up by a large meeting hall, at least 100 seats, all arranged in rows, looking towards a stone lectern with the Order's symbol on the wall behind it, a grand tapestry. You are led into an adjoining cloak. You are each provided with a white hooded robe. Max explains that you are being initiated into the first degree of the Order, Neophyte. As he hands the robes to you, he looks at you and he says, "I trust nobody has any last-minute second thoughts."
Again, I basically just repeat what I said earlier.
You put on the robes, and you are led out of the preparation room. When you are led back into the meeting room, you are met by another man in a black hooded robe who blindfolds each of you. You are then led through the meeting room and through another door into yet another adjoining room, which you cannot see through the blindfolds. A man with an elderly sounding, kind of jovial voice clears his throat, and he says, "I am the master of this order, and by joining us tonight, you will be contributing to a great purpose." He says, "I would ask you all to bow." Do you bow?
Yes.
Yes.
The master begins to give you a lecture on the noble purposes of the order. He tells you that you will learn great and mysterious things, and that you will be asked to bind yourself with an oath, but you will not be asked to do or commit to do anything immoral or embarrassing. He says, "Repeat before me. Of the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight, I pledge to uncover knowledge that would not be known by man, and to keep it safe from unworthy hands." Do you repeat the master's words?
Yep.
Then, still blindfolded, you are brought to your feet, and you are each taught the Hermetic Order's secret handshake, urged to practice it and use it every opportunity. You are then led out of the room into the lodge meeting room. You are led in front of the stone lectern, and one by one, your blindfolds are taken away, and you find the seats in front of you filled with an array of people wearing white, black, and grey robes, similar to your own. The master, a short, bald, elderly-looking man wearing a grey robe with a gold trim, steps up to the lectern, and he says, "We welcome you, brothers, to the Hermetic Order, and trust that you will guide the world into the correct future, so that you will contribute to our cause, and that one day, we shall bask in what we have achieved when the stars are right." And that ends today's session as you stand there, welcomed by the Order, as the rest of its members look at you, their faces hidden by the hoods. While you
As
are...
as it sort of like pans out and fades away, you just hear my voice just go, "This is the worst $75 I ever earned."
While you are members of the Order, you have access to the Order's personal library, which you may look at in Boston. Their library, as they show to you, is a collection of all texts, all detailing many facets of the occult, anthropology, archaeology, and the fringe sciences. The texts that they have stockpiled here, Max eagerly tells you, you will not find perhaps anywhere else in the world. And while you remain members of this order, you may come and read them at any time to supplement your own studies and investigations. So you appear to have achieved an ally in this campaign who may help you going forward. It's also going to be the source for Smithy's new character.
Speaking of that, can we take a moment of the burial?
Yes. Earlier that week, before you were initiated into the Order, you all gather on Captain Christopher's boat, the Mayflower 2, as he sails it out onto the Atlantic, just to the borders of the United States seas, and there you help him carry out the casket containing Joey's remains out onto the desk as the captain stops and provides some last words. What do you say, Captain?
I did not know the man too long, but I will never forget him. He was a good man. And wherever he is now, at peace. Joey, this one's for you. And I pour some of the whiskey into the ocean.
Yep. Does anyone else have any final words for the departed?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. That was beautiful.
And then, in silence, you consign the casket and Joey to the watery depths. That will serve as his eternal resting place. Pay respects by pressing F. And okay, so bonuses.
Yay!
Those who have survived for escaping the Fitzgerald Manse and destroying the monster within, you gain 2d6 sand.
Oh,
solid. 3 and that's 9, so that's basically back up to where I'm past where I started.
That's 9, which brings me to...
4.
I'm rolling. That's 10 for Walto Dinzo.
I got... Yeah, of course, he bloody wins.
That brings me back to my starting 10.
Yeah, I'm back to 7. I'm back to 4. Two quick questions. Two quick questions. One, what would have happened if we had declined the offer to join?
Then I would have had something else happen. The episode after next, episode 3, would have been slightly different.
Something else.
You will understand when we get to that episode how it would have differed. I will just linger on the final words of the Master of the Order when the stars are right.
Yeah.
Okay, for surviving your ordeal, you each gain 5 points of Cthulhu Mythos. And Smithy, your character that's joining next week may also start with 5 Mythos points because he's a member of the Order and has probably
so well, man.
And probably has encountered the supernatural in some degree. You each gain 10 skill points, not 15. 10. This campaign's a bit longer, so I'm not giving you the same amount as normal.
That makes sense.
And we have Cornthwaite's Field Journal, which has been placed within the library of the Hermetic Order. Who would like to read it?
I will read it.
I was going to say I'll have a read of it.
We can both read it.
I will indulge its contents as well.
All right. I would like all 3 of you to please make own language checks.
Yeah, it's a 30, so that's a pass for me.
Own language, education. Oh yeah, my education's high, so yeah, that's a pass. That's 47.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
So the field journal, once it is restored and the muck is cleaned away and some of the words are retraced in new ink, details the archaeological exploits of your friend Arthur Cornthwaite, beginning with his induction into the Hermetic Order, his increasing knowledge of things that conventional science may not understand, and his ill-fated trip to South America, to the border of South America, to the borders of Mexico, in search of the famed dome of the lost Mayan tribe. They found the dome, he and his ill-fated expedition. A stone dome which had been abandoned for nearly a millennium, with monograph outside carved into black stone, with a cryptic warning that those who entered the dome would be prostrate before Shub-Niggurath, the goddess of life. Never believing superstitions, he and his expedition pressed forwards into the dome,
Yeah, of course he did.
which it was revealed was a temple to the tribe's lost goddess, a lost fertility goddess, Shub-Niggurath, a place infected with the energies of an ancient god that caused all plant matter within to grow. An uncontrolled growth and mutation. He writes about how his expedition were stalked through the temple and the jungle by an increasingly large mass of slime, fungus, mold, and plant growth. How it picks them off one by one, and how only he was able to escape. Upon returning to America, he locks away all of his expedition materials in his trunk. He writes in his field journal that he worries and finds himself lying awake at nights that somehow, even though he escapes that terrible thing, that perhaps some of it, even just a single spore, may have come back with him, carried perhaps in his notes, his equipment, his clothing, or his body.
That will explain the sickness. Yup.
You put two and two together and you learn that the sickness he suffered was not indeed physical, but mental, as he was constantly assaulted by the knowledge that he may have brought it back with him and had no way to know whether he did or not. Remember the burst trunk in the attic and the khaki expedition pants whose pocket had burst outwards as if something had exploded from within. Your mind conjures up the image of that single spore landing in the attic, slowly growing as it begins to consume microscopic organisms, making its way into the walls of the house, growing bigger as it consumes insects and vermin. Eventually, its entire body living within the cracks, walls, and other gaps within the house, venturing further outward, consuming livestock, wild animals, and eventually turning its attention to the inhabitants of the house itself. First, the staff, the gardeners, the butlers, those who Cornthwaite's lawyers tried to erase off the books as if they never existed, before finally turning to the last morsel of food left in the house, Cornthwaite himself. And I would like the three of you who read that to gain 1d3 Cthulhu Mythos points, please.
Andy.
3.
That's a 3.
Also, luck checks.
1d100.
Yes. That's a 1d100.
And that's
3?
a 3.
Okay, so everyone seems to have gained 3.
Nice.
Okay. You may now do luck checks, and if you fail your luck check, you may add 1d10 luck.
Something I would have been able to do.
Yeah.
That's a
Damn it.
fail.
Yeah, that's a fail.
I passed. Shit.
Sorry, Captain.
And that's only one.
Hey, I rolled a 10.
Nice.
Ooh, 1.
Puts me in
I'll let
about
you add another d4 to that, Tom.
Yay! Pity luck.
I was gonna say, does luck totals go over the top?
That's another one.
Yeah, they
Yay!
can.
Oh, good. So that puts me at like 5 more than what I started with because I only spent about.
Yep.
I think I only spent like 3 luck points, and that was just making sure I didn't die climbing out the fucking window.
So what are your ending luck and sen totals?
Sanity's back to full at 70, and luck's about 55 now.
My luck is 60. I didn't use anything, and my 17 now is 64.
My
Ooh.
luck total is 63. And my sanity is 80.
Ooh, that's good.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
in a line of work that makes perfect sense to take a lot to rattle you.
That concludes episode 1, The Cracked and Crook'd Manse. Next week, we will return with episode 2, People of the Monolith, where, tasked by their new allies in the Order to investigate the disappearance of a famed occult writer, our characters travel to Europe, to Hungary, and investigate in an isolated village far away from the capital of Budapest the secret of the People of the Monolith.
Did someone say free boat ride?
I have some downtime activity I want to do.
Yep.
Remember how I retrieved those samples of the acid?
Yes.
In the spirit of this basically being Call of Cthulhu version of a Resident Evil game, I would like to make some acid rounds for my shotgun.
Ooh.
Nice.
God damn it, there's no tugger here.
I'm just happy I got an upgraded gun without having to buy one.
And that's a pass.
Ammo for a 45.
With what you have learned from Cornthwaite's journal, the other writings within the Order's library, you managed to pacify the slime just enough to remove any chance of it growing into a new organism, and then place it into empty shotgun cartridges, ending up with 1d12 acid rounds.
Is the stream still going, or have we?
No, it's still going.
That's still going. We're wrapping up.
That's six acid rounds.
Until we're up to.
Better than nothing.
Yeah.
And there we go. That concludes this week's Call of Cthulhu episode.
Ah, there we go. Sorry.
And once again, we would like to welcome Smithy aboard, and
Yes.
My
Smith
God.
was just
Sorry.
saying
Sorry. Look, it
He
makes
had his
sense.
hazing.
First time debut ends in
I was
death. It
doomed
happens
from
to
the
everyone.
start. I really
Yeah.
like. I'm going to pop in the chat the stats that I rolled.
Please do, 'cause that's gonna be hilarious.
This
But
is
yeah,
what
no.
I rolled at the start.
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
you
I was
were-
screwed from the
Jesus.
start. I'm surprised I made it to the end.
Yeah, you
As
did
long
well,
as you
man.
had fun. As long as you
Oh,
had fun. You made
I
it
was-
to the end.
I had 2 health at the end. I was shaking, and then if only I could have passed that one last check.
Well, now we
Yeah,
know
but then
you
would have
lost.
had to try and drag your character along the next week, which you know.
Just no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh,
The
Alright.
character that you roll now may have 5 points of Cthulhu mythos to start with.
Said
yay.
it before, and I said it again. Stick with the pre-gen shit.
Well, when I was making this character with Liam, he didn't tell me about
Yeah.
the preset values that I could use.
Well,
I did tell you about pre-gen.
Did you?
Yeah,
Yes.
you can use the pre-gen.
Ah.
You can use the pre-gen values if you'd like to.
I don't know. I can't remember. It was so long ago.
Yeah.
I've never
You
not
can-
used the
Uh,
pre-gen.
But yes, I rolled a 3 for luck and a 7 for sand. So
Yep.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
7 for
well-
power.
Feel free to use the quick fire values there if you want a
Uh.
character that isn't amazing but will at least probably survive.
Yes.
You still had a good run. And we enjoyed having you.
I didn't end up dying in the slime. I ended up dying next to the
Yeah,
slime.
Next to
Yes, from an expelled bit of slime.
Uh,
Oh well.
if I
Thank you.
didn't get attacked by the horses, I would have been fine.
Yep.
Yeah, you would have.
Yes.
Should have left them horses
Thank
alone,
you.
boy.
Thank you, stream chat, for joining us tonight, and I sincerely hope you enjoyed it.
Cool.
Mm.
Well, I shall return momentarily then.
Yes.
Alright, guys, there you have it. The first episode in. Oh, sorry, got to. Yeah. Now it's stuck. God damn it. Ugh. The first episode in the new campaign, Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Thank you so very much for joining in, and a big thank you to Tales of Pesh for the fourth generous raid. Always a good guy. If you have not, go check him out. He does a lot of D&D streams as well. And also, if you guys enjoyed what you see here, Make sure you hit that sub, follow, and like button, and come join me on the Discord if you want to stay up to date whenever I'm streaming or just chill. But thank you, anyone. Thank you, anyone. Thank you, anyway, guys, and I will see you people sooner rather